Okay, I think we're live now. We decided to go ahead and start the live just because the things going on is just too exciting to just sit and wait. We're still going to be doing the interview with the neighbor, but we have on True Crime with Libby and What Big Eyes to talk about it all until the interview phone call comes through. So.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
All right.
So I don't see the messages. Do I need to be on a different tab to see the messages?
If you look to the right, there's a little button and it says chat. I don't know what it looks like for you, actually.
Okay. Oh. No, that's to chat with Restream. I don't want to talk to them. Let me put that away. So it says messages from audience will display here, but I don't see any. Oh, there they are. Now they're coming. That was like magic.
Yeah, and then if you see at the bottom, it'll see private chat, and that's if you guys want to say something not in the main chat, and then just amongst ourselves. So
okay.
I'm on my phone. So where would I see that for the chat?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. I'm no good at any of this, but
okay. Well, I guess I'll just have to go at this blind then.
Okay, so let's talk about starting from last night, because the rumor is that Dawn was picked up at 11. I cannot confirm that because, one, I wasn't there, and two, everybody who I talked to out there didn't see that happen. So that's not something that I would just put out there without, having somebody who I trust actually see it happen. But at the same time, something did definitely happen last night. So whenever I got the call, it was 1:03. And then my source got the call just before that. So the neighbor, Dawn's neighbor, called the source and told the source what was going on. And then they called me, and the source left, got out of bed, left, went over there, went to the neighbor's house, and said that there was a sheriff's deputy car there, and he could hear the stuff going on at the top of the hill. And at this point, the neighbor and the source were there together at her home. And this is the neighbor that we're going to be talking to later. I think I see.
So the source went to the neighbor's house?
Yes.
Are they dating?
Absolutely not.
I'm sorry. I like to speculate.
That absolutely is not the case. She's 70. I believe is the number I was told, the age I was told, 70. Could be a little older. She has been, hold on, chat's going fast. I wish I knew how to pin comments.
Okay, my chat is not going fast. So
well, I just seen something from Tiffany. I want to read it.
Oh, there she is.
Okay, I'm just gonna look at my phone. Obviously, guys, I'm not a professional YouTuber. I have zero.
Oh, yes, you are.
No. Don B just said Don Wells picked up by the
Hey, Meiko.
Gina Jennings says, we've been Tiffany. I've been out all day and apologize. I couldn't answer you. It's funny.
Tiffany said she's confirming it for 100.
I'm glad that Dawn was arrested and extradited to Boston. Yes. See? Oh, yes. I'm so
Okay.
excited.
All right. Validation.
That is cause for celebration.
Yes.
That's why before we went on, I'll just let everybody know right now. My husband is, look, he's downstairs. He's got the kids. I am not to be bothered. I brought up 2 beers and I am sipping on one right now. I am celebrating because every time I think about it, I start getting tears in my eyes. Like, this is going on too long.
For real. For real. I feel, and I don't know why, and I said this before, and I think people think I'm bananagrams, but I just feel like summer is with us still in this realm.
That would be amazing.
Well, you know, that's what everybody wants to happen.
You know, with everything, I mean, just, okay, so whenever I think of it in terms like that, it's more like, no, she hasn't been found. There's been no proof. I'm with Scott H on this. Me and him don't agree on every bit of each other's theory, but we will both agree that there's no evidence that she's gone. There's also no evidence that she's here. And I think
Right?
I prefer to lean to she's here. But I don't know. I really hope that there is truth in what Don says whenever he said, I think that some well-to-do lady brought her over far away and she's living in a really nice place. Like, I really hope that he said that because there's truth to it, which I don't know.
Right. Well, he's been mentioning Mexico, and that's looking like a viable option.
Right.
It's weird, you guys. It's really, really weird.
So the whole cartel thing, right? And look, if you are in the cartel and you're listening to me, I don't know nothing about you, so don't come for me.
Yeah,
But-
we mean no harm. Peace be with you.
You know, carry on with your nefarious activities. But what I heard was that Don told the shares that he owed money to the cartel. I don't know if the shares reported this to TBI. It's possible that they're double agents. I don't know. But that he told that somebody heard him telling voices behind the wall that he owed money to the cartel and he thinks they took her. And I just didn't put much weight on it because it came out so soon.
Right.
First of all, I knew about it before it came out. So I was like, why are they waiting to say this? Like, why are they leaking it now? And then I was like, well, maybe they're doing it as a smokescreen because the whole 330.
Hey guys, listen, I am babysitting. My husband has the grandbabies upstairs cleaning their room. I'm in and out. I still want to cover Ben and Timmy tonight. I mean, Timmy. We should call him Timmy, right? Benny and Tim tonight, but this is 4 hours and 39 minutes long. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do all my house things and leave this on for people to listen to. It's 4 lives that Penny did. It's this one with What Big Eyes, Libby, and I believe it's just Penny. I haven't listened to them. I just had them in my stash somewhere. I listened to a part of the one with her and Chase. Then there's one with when the timeline came out that Dawn had left his job between 3 and 3:30 on AB, and Penny was trying to clear something up. And then Penny and Scott's very first live together on True Crime Commentary. So I'm going to let these play. I'll be in and out of chat. And I just want to let you guys know, just sit in the chat, relax, listen, chat amongst each other, and let's remember. All right, guys, I'm in and out, just so you know.
35 minutes missing thing came out. And I don't know, just maybe they were trying to distract from that. I don't know. Tiffany, if you're still here, you have a link in Discord if you wanted to join, by the way.
Didn't Don say that stuff about the cartel when he was on one of his little drinking binges?
I remember him saying that he ran drugs. Remember he said that to Chris, and he said, but that doesn't really work out whenever you're whatever, what do you call himself? A junkie? Do he call himself a druggie, junkie? I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, he was talking about how bad a dope pusher he was or something. And so, there's a little bit of truth in everything,
Yes.
when people are trying to cover up, sometimes their mind makes them say some truth in there.
Yeah, and that's also easier. That's an easier way to get away with lying is when you intertwine it with a little bit of truth, because then your micro expressions aren't coming through as fully deceitful. And I just want to say this right now that the behavior panel was not correct in this case, in my opinion.
I agree.
Yeah. Me too.
Sorry for laughing, but I find it funny.
Well, win a few, lose a few.
Wow. I was addressed. And what they told me was, because I was on a different YouTube profile, and they were like we're going to take anything you say seriously. Wow.
Okay.
This was a long time ago. This was the day that they dropped it. I sent them paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs. And that's the response I got. Okay, somebody else needs to join because viewers is at 666, and join or drop off.
Lord, help us. That's not okay. Help us, Lord.
Yeah, we need that to change.
Let's do 777.
Yeah, let's do that. It was
Yes,
at 8
please.
a minute ago. I don't know. Let's see. Is Tiffany still here? Tiffany, are you gonna join for a little bit or no? 694. There we go.
I see so many lovelies in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I mean, we got a BS detector in here. I mean, I've been looking for one of those.
423 Chase is in the chat. He says,
Yay.
why did shares lie today when we're out here 12 hours a day busting our asses trying to find this child? We don't need lies. Maybe they'll answer my next video for them. Please pray for Summer. Yes. Let's just put that in the universe right now that they're going to have a come to Jesus moment with the YouTube community, because it's sick.
They're scheduled to do a live tonight.
Oh, let me guess what.
Uh-oh. Where did you go?
Is she, what did she drop out on us?
I don't know. And for a second, it was quiet. So I was like, wait, did I go somewhere?
Oh.
True. Where are you? I don't know her
opened
name.
up my.
Oh, there you are. No?
I call her TCC.
Okay. Yes, Jen. See, this is Libby. How are you doing? Hey, Maito. Hey, Smokey. You know who you are. Oh, goodness. Yes, Robin. We do love you, Summer Wells.
Yes, we do. Oh, she's got. Well, how is that?
I don't know. How are we fine on here? Aren't we somehow? That's weird.
That's
Okay.
kind of weird.
TCC is having Wi-Fi issues, everyone. So we're gonna have to keep you entertained here. Do you have any jokes? Just kidding. Run the show for a while. She said.
Let the show for mine.
I mean, I
Okay.
know
Well,
maybe it's of poor taste, but I feel like we can joke now because we're headed somewhere, guys. We're headed somewhere here. We're gonna
yes,
find something
it's been
out.
so depressing and so such a hopeless feeling. And now we have some hope of everything coming to light, you know?
Yes.
And there was she's showing my post I made today about the custody thing where Don Wells is. And so if
Yeah.
anyone in the chat has any questions about that, I've got my other phone open here where I can see the chat now because I couldn't see it on this one. So
Well, I have a question for you because when I looked at
Sure.
when I looked it up, because I looked too, and I saw not in custody, I was like, okay, because it doesn't say
Okay.
yet. I wish it did. I wish it said
Right.
yet, because then it would have been clear to me as a layperson, because I don't know the language.
Yeah.
So how do you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me explain it.
Okay.
I have a good friend who helps me with research, and
Mhm.
she is friends with a U.S. Marshal.
Mm.
And what happens is when they pull somebody up like that and take them to one of those like Fort Devens, which
Mhm.
has to do with child trafficking. It's
Mhm.
also a medical facility, but it's not just a hospital facility. It's a, where they retain these people. Okay.
Okay.
Not in custody yet means that they're there, but they haven't been jailed. That
Yes.
means they're being interrogated.
Okay.
They can do that for up to 24 hours before they have to do something with him. But once they get there, they have to log him in, and that's why he has that number. Now, someone said something.
Hold on
Go
1
ahead.
second. Where did that go? There was a comment
Yeah,
that
about
needed
the
to be
081 is Utah extension. That is probably true, but you see, it can't be the Junior Wells that is the SA
right,
or the SO,
right.
because it would have a release date.
Well, it also
Okay,
lists his
because-
age. It lists his age.
Yes, as 56 white
Mhm.
male. That's
Mhm.
that's our Don's age.
That's our Donnie.
Not 34 like the son. I think that's his age. But anyway,
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Right. And I don't think that they would act this fast on Jeannie's intended filing because it has to go through a whole different process. She's got to give testimony. It has to go before a grand jury. There has to be a trial. You know what I'm saying? That's too soon for that. People are saying, no, this isn't connected to Summer. I believe it is. Okay. And that's my story.
Well,
Uh-oh.
how would anyone know what it's related to?
Right.
Is my
Well,
question. I'm
because-
willing to listen, but
Yeah.
I don't.
Well, because of the fact that the unit where he's at has to
Mhm.
do with child trafficking, and that has to do with the missing and exploited children's unit that was there from the beginning when Summer went missing. People forget about that. They say TBI, but
Right.
they called in that special unit under the FBI. So that's
And that's
something
who
to
this
think
is?
about. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's connected to this there at Fort Devens.
Okay.
So
Well, thank you. I'm so glad you're here to explain that business to me because I'm clueless. She's
yeah,
back.
and Tiffany's saying that this doesn't have anything to do with Jeannie, and she's right because it's
Oh, right.
okay. I see.
Sorry.
TC is back.
Yeah, because
Alright,
if
what'd you
it had
do?
to
How'd
do
you
with
fix that?
Jeannie, he would be in Utah.
Exactly.
Whatever I did, it deserves a kiss.
Thank you.
Hey, I thought this was G-rated over here.
I don't even think he knows what he did, but he fixed it.
Oh,
Okay.
sweetie.
I said, "What did you do? How did you fix it?" He said, "I don't know, but whatever it was, I deserve a kiss."
And
Oh,
see,
man.
Ellie J is saying the FBI card team, which was sent to there to check out Summer's disappearance, they are in Boston, which I'd already checked out. She's correct. So this has to do with Summer's disappearance.
Hey, TCC, is that what we're calling you now?
I
Is
don't
that-
really care.
Or should it be do you have a way to put a banner?
I have no idea. See, that's why I want to switch. That way Tiffany can teach me how to use it
Or
because
else
I have no idea.
can Tiffany or somebody, a mod, pin a comment? Not that anyone's going to read it, but people keep asking like the same question. So Don
What is
was
the
really
same
arrested,
question?
you know, if Don is in custody somewhere.
Well, I sent Tiffany a link on Discord, and if she wants, she can join and set that record straight because no one would know besides her any better than law enforcement because she is in there like smoke and mirror. So
So, okay. Just to clarify, we're talking about Boston, Mass.
Right. Not
Because
Boston,
that's
Tennessee.
That's the closest.
Yeah, see, Boston, Tennessee
Or
is a
that's where the
little,
card-
it's not even an incorporated city, and it's near Franklin, Tennessee, and there's no FBI facility there. When they say Boston, they're talking about the card unit in Massachusetts. That's the Fort Devens is linked to that.
Okay, people
So
are
no,
asking,
this
please, someone clarify, is 081 Utah or Massachusetts? It's Massachusetts, right?
Well, it might
Or-
be because when they get through with him, they're going to send him to Utah. Somebody keeps saying that the 081 extension on his number that he's been assigned there has to do with Utah. Well, it could be the fact that he is from Utah. I don't know.
Okay, Lindsay D
But I know
says
that
it's the Utah federal code. I don't know, but I feel like we should try to verify that.
yeah.
did
Let's see
Tiffany
what
say if she's gonna join or not? Can you guys see chat?
Yeah, but it's moving
Yeah.
too fast for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody's saying, Tiffany, please come up on panel. Yes, I wish you would, hon. Come up here and tell everybody because you're at the ground floor with this. Let's see. Okay.
Sorry, guys, if I get quiet, I'm texting somebody out there.
Okay.
Ooh, I found federal inmate register codes.
Okay.
So here I go. And what is it again? What's the number? 081?
Is 081. Mhm.
Oh, shiz.
What happened?
That's Utah.
Yeah. Yep.
Well,
Then Gen C
why
says,
wouldn't that
isn't
have-
Boston that?
so why wouldn't we think that has to do with Jeannie? Is my question.
Well, because it has to do with child trafficking. It's the headquarters for child trafficking, the FBI headquarters for child trafficking. He did not traffic Jeannie, you know.
But why would it have an 081 attached to him then?
Well, maybe it has to do with where he was born.
I don't think he was, well, I don't know where he was born, but he's lived in many places.
I know, but I think he's from Utah. I think that's that. I don't know. I don't have access to his social security number, so I wouldn't know where, you know, but it has something to do with that.
Okay.
Where the
I think
person is
Tiffany's coming up
associated
here
with.
to set us
Oh,
straight.
good. All right.
Guys,
Yes.
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
How can you hear me? Because the thing isn't even turned on. My switch, you know, that little blue toggle, it's turned off.
Well,
Oh, were you trying to mute yourself?
No, but I was about to tell you that Restream is telling me to refresh my page. And if you guys can hear me, I am not gonna refresh.
Okay.
right.
Can
Page
everyone
unresponsive.
hear TCC?
Yeah, somebody said the 081 might be the law enforcement code. I really can't answer that other than I know he is from Utah. He said he was from there, like he was born there. So, you know.
Okay. So that
I'm
could
just
be.
saying.
Okay. Where did she go? She fell again.
I don't know, but this is funny. See, I'm having this deal with Restream. It's saying the mobile device support is limited. Switch to a desktop computer.
Oh no.
Well,
Okay, here comes Tiffany.
I
But we won't be able to let her
Okay.
in. So hopefully
oh
I need
geez.
her to I'm gonna call her True. Hopefully True is on her way back. Lisa said something's on the news. Is it right now, Lisa? Yes. 081 is Utah. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But we just don't know why. Whether it's because, yeah. So, okay. I don't know.
Somebody said it was his original phone number, whatever that means.
Oh. Okay. I could see that. Like that's his number from before when he was in prison. So he keeps his same
Right.
number.
Right.
That
Yeah,
makes
I'm
sense.
sure that's what it is.
Somebody's probably listening who knows exactly what it means, and they're probably like, these damn wits. Tiffany's backstage, but we can't let her in because we don't have power.
Yeah. We don't have the
We're
power. to let her
powerless.
in. We're just here. We're just stuck with being co-hosts. I hope she can
Doing all
get
the
back
work,
on here.
I might add. True keeps falling.
Oh, goodness.
No, she's so awesome the way she got, she's got all these people talking, and it's fantastic. It's just fantastic.
Okay, Dodie Redding says the prison number stays the same. Okay, just like
Well,
your
look at-
social security number. Yeah.
We were
Okay.
right. Good on us.
Yeah. All right. So you learn
See, we're-
everybody, by the time everybody contributes their thing, we have the whole picture because everybody knows something. That's what's so neat about doing true crime and everybody
Yeah.
collaborating.
Yep, and playing nice in the sandbox.
That's right. Being nice to each other I mean, we put out these theories and stuff and our hypotheses, and somebody's always wrong, but then somebody's right. But then, if you don't share ideas, you just like in a vacuum.
Yes. Tunnel vision.
Yes.
I
Well, oh,
swear to Jesus that if this,
hello.
Mm-mm-mm.
Are
I
you
swear
back?
if we start, this is, see, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so if this mess, I want everybody to know that if this stupid laptop and this stupid internet messes up while we're talking to this neighbor, I want everybody to know it is being recorded, and I will post it later, and I will try to go live again. Look, this is not my thing, so I'm doing the best that I can, and apparently I'm just gonna have to hurry up and be able to go live from my phone because me and laptops do not mix well. Sorry, they just don't.
Well, can you let Tiffany in if you're back, or
Is she in?
Yeah, she said she's
she was
backstage.
backstage?
Oh, hey. Sorry, it kept telling me to reload. Okay, there we go. Hello.
Hey, is my sound okay?
You're super
I'm
quiet.
not. Well, don't tell her that.
Oh, wow.
It's a little quiet.
How do I fix the sound on here?
I can hear you, and as long as people in chat can hear you,
Let me check.
then
the
that's all that
settings.
matters.
Then who cares if Libby could hear you?
I can hear her. I mean, she's just really soft spoken, so
Okay.
I'm just gonna jam my earbuds into my
How
ears
is
further.
this? Is this better?
Maybe it's
Is that
because your dog is
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I just changed it to a better. It was in regular, and I changed it to the Real Tech, the regular one I usually use. Okay, great.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Hey, how are
Hi,
you?
Yeah, I can
honey?
hear you now.
I'm so sorry. I got a message saying that you needed me earlier, but I was out. I was running errands all day. I've been out all day. I'm so sorry. And I don't even know what you needed me for. I apologize.
I'm gonna have to look back I might have just been telling you something.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
I might have just been telling you something. I did send you a link.
Fine.
Let me look at my messages.
You're good.
Okay.
No worries.
I see your message, Emre. Thank you, honey.
All right, how do I make Tiffany's face big?
Don't make my face big. Leave it where it is. It's funny. Oh,
Okay,
Jeannie. Hi, Jeannie. Jeannie's in your chat. Aw.
Yeah.
Aw. Hello.
Everybody
and thank you
throw
so
up
much
some
for
love
coming.
for Jeannie. Please throw some hearts in
Jeannie,
there. Lots
you're,
of love.
you're amazing.
Bless your heart.
We love you. Oh my gosh, I love you
Justice
so
for
much.
Jeannie.
Justice
right.
for Jeannie. Jeannie's strong. She says that she hasn't officially filed yet, so it has to be about summer.
Yeah.
That is
Yes!
wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Bless
Oh,
your heart,
wow.
Jeannie. We love you.
We do. Everybody
Yes.
does.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Okay,
You're
so
my
Tiffany,
hero.
Yeah.
let us know what has been going on today, please, and clear up rumors and speculation.
Well, I guess the only thing that really needs to be cleared up is that, Don really did get arrested, and he really was extradited to Massachusetts, and it's not a lie. And that's for certain.
And do we know what became of Miss Bly?
She's still at home, I believe,
Okay.
as far as I know.
All right.
I don't know. You really never know. Things could change from minute to minute or hour to hour, but I believe Candace is still at home.
Okay, so do you know what time? Because there's a rumor going around saying that he was arrested at 11 last night.
I thought that it was a little bit later, like into the early hours of the morning, but sure, it could have been. It totally could have been.
Okay, so the thing that we're gonna talk to the caller about, the neighbor. She called a
Oh,
source.
you have a neighbor coming up?
Yeah, a Ben
Yes.
Hill neighbor.
Oh, wow. Okay.
She's the one that, oh my God, don't start this again. Oops, something went wrong. Try reloading your page. Are you?
Oh,
freaking
girl.
kidding me? Anyway,
Do you know how to use
so
StreamYard?
I don't have it though. Like,
Oh,
I
you
don't.
It's super easy. If you ever want to learn, I'll teach you. I mean, right now wouldn't be the appropriate time, but what's
Right.
happening with it? Is it giving you trouble?
It just keeps saying
much.
something went wrong. Try reloading the page. I'm just gonna take off chat.
And
Maybe chat's throwing it off. I don't know. I'm just gonna take
does
off
it
chat
kick you
for
out?
me to see. Not yet. It hasn't. It's the signal is yellow. It was green. Now it's yellow. We are getting a lot of wind. We are under a tornado watch, by the way.
Wow.
So that might
Okay.
have something to do with it.
If
Yes.
you need anything, just let me know. I can help you. If you, God forbid, can't stream or something, I can open my
Damn it, I just had a whole conversation with you guys. I forgot to add myself to the stream again. Okay, so this live right here we're listening to is the night of the hoax call. It's a review. I had found some streams that I had downloaded a long time ago in a hidden folder I didn't know I had until this morning. So I haven't gotten a chance to listen all the way through them. There's 4 of them on here. It's 4 hours and 37 minutes long. We're 36 minutes in almost. I still want to go over Benny and Tim tonight. So I started early just letting these play and we can chat in the chat. So everybody can listen and we'll go back over them another night. I'll take them apart, but I felt these were important to Summer's case. These are from True Crime Commentaries channel. What we're going to listen to is this live. A live with Chase on panel, Scott's first live with True Crime Commentary. And I found another live I didn't listen to, something about something that happened on AB's channel about the timeline. And Penny was trying to clear that up. No agenda here, just a review to go back in time and listen to things that have happened. All right. I'm in and out because this is going to be really long and then I have a long live planned for tonight. So I'm babysitting my kids. How dare they? They went to the fucking Red Hot Chili Peppers concert without me and I'm so fucking pissed off about it. So I'm live and my husband's upstairs making the children clean their rooms. All right, let's get back to it.
my panel up.
Okay,
If you
great.
need
And then
anything, just let me know.
I'll try to hop on there. I don't even know how to hop on anywhere by phone, but if something happens to the stream and we all get booted or something like that, then
Yeah.
yeah, I'll just come on
fix
your
it.
panel and put the call on your channel.
Yeah, no problem. If you need anything, it's fine.
Oh, before I do get kicked out. Oh, I'm green again. Great. It must be the wind because the neighbors outside furnitures are going crazy. So,
Oh my God.
but it's okay. It's not about this tornado. This is about summer.
Look at all the love in the
So-
chat, Virginia. So beautiful. The chat's so good to her.
I love
Yeah.
it. So the call came to me at 1:03, and the person said, the neighbor just called me. I'm going over there now. And I was like, oh my God. So I stayed up till like 4 or later, waiting for a reply. But there's no service. There's no signal over there in that area. So I was like listening to the police and just waiting for something. And I know like the base would be like, they would call an officer. They're like, base. And I'm like, come on, officer, respond. Say something to base.
They probably kept it off the scanner because it had to do with them. I'm pretty sure they've got it set up that anything that comes in about them goes private. So that's probably why you didn't hear anything.
Yeah. So what
Yeah.
happened was, as far as I know, and I don't have all the details because we haven't talked to the neighbor yet. This is what this live is all about. So she heard some stuff and looked out the window and saw Candace running down the road. And she thought she saw Dawn following. And this is just what I'm told, and she's gonna tell us her whole thing. And this is just, I guess, a preview of what she's gonna say. But she said she thought she saw Dawn following behind Candace. However, it turned out to not be Dawn. Somebody else came down the driveway. So
Ooh.
there was 3 people in the mix.
Okay.
And,
Was it a male? It was a
I-
male, not a
I do think so. This is how it was relayed to me, that she originally thought Dawn was following behind Candace, but then somebody else came down the driveway who I thought was. This is how it came off to me: is she thought that person coming down the driveway was Dawn. So then she knew that the person following Candace couldn't have been Dawn, and it was another woman. And she started arguing and fussing with this other woman. And whenever the source got there, there was a sheriff's deputy there. And they could hear commotion and arguing and stuff going on the top of the hill. So we're going to hear about that from the neighbor. And she also, the source told me that she would let Candace and the kids sleep over at her house on many occasions to get away from Dawn.
Wow.
So this will be
Bless her heart.
interesting.
To get away.
I
from
don't
that.
know if this is the same neighbor that that heard the same, but I
Yeah.
don't know. We can ask her when she's on the phone. And I'm really glad you guys are here because I did not expect this interview to happen. I didn't ask for it to happen. It was suggested and she agreed. So I don't have like a million questions lined up to ask. So, the more minds, the better.
So we'll mute when you go on. Is it going to be on your phone?
Yeah, she
Okay.
doesn't have a cell phone. So I think the source is gonna be letting her use the phone, or we might be using her landline. I'm
Okay.
not sure yet which call is gonna come in, but yeah. And I'll just hold the phone. I'll have it on speaker and I'll just hold it up to my mic.
True, you're going to get a lot more people in here soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't
So
know.
you want to give your mods some direction?
It's pretty simple. If there's anybody creaming their panties for Dawn, kick them out, ban them.
God.
And if there's anybody
Don't
in
ever
here,
say that again.
if there's anybody in here on the voices behind the drywall bandwagon simping for them, kick them out. If there's any skeezers in here, kick them out. Like,
No
this is
simping,
not about them.
skeezing, no simping, skeezing, or creaming. up in here.
Right. That is not what this is for. I don't want to see not one person saying, oh, well, you don't know. And it is. Shut up. Okay.
Yay. Justice for Jeannie.
Yes.
Yes.
Justice for
Yes.
Summer. And we need to find Summer.
Amen.
Fine. Summer.
You're gonna
I-
find her. I really
Yes.
truly believe they're gonna find her.
Yes.
Mhm.
I
Me too.
think that because Dawn is out of the picture, that Candace will be able to speak freely. And the
Yes.
reason why I think that she hasn't been able to is because if you remember at the one prayer vigil that Dawn showed up to and got out of the car, and everybody was sitting there showing him support and giving their sympathies and, you know, quoting scripture to him and blah, blah, blah. And he was like, oh, yeah, thank you. And, you know, it's been hard. Everybody's coming after me. And, you know, he let that go on for like 15 minutes. And then as soon as one person showed the slightest bit of compassion to Candace, he shut it down. He said, all right, well, you know, we got to go. And what was the woman telling her? Nobody can tell you you're a bad mom. This isn't your fault. We support you. And he said, okay, you know, I had to cut it short, but we got to go. And Candace was like, I'm not going to say Candace is like mom of the year or anything like that. I'm not going to say that I support her life decisions before, during, or after becoming a mother. But you can see that she is obviously distraught whenever people are showing her compassion, something she is not used to.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to say that much.
Right.
I don't think Candace is going to. No, I think she's ride or die for Dawn. I don't think that she's going to change her feelings. I don't think that him not being there is going to change anything. I think that she has a very codependent relationship with him, and I don't know. I don't think she's.
Yeah. I do see the codependence for sure, 100, 100.
Oh, yeah.
But remember in that last live with that phone call that was on Voices where she was in the background calling him an effing a-hole. I think possibly if the right person gets to her to question her.
Maybe. I don't think she's going to flip on him. I think she knows exactly what happened to Summer. That's just my opinion, though.
Yeah. She
Sadly.
probably does. It makes me feel very ill, but
I know.
she probably does.
I go back and forth with my feelings about Candace. Sometimes I feel like really sympathetic towards her, and sometimes I'm just completely blown away by the lack of emotion for Summer that I've seen.
Right.
I'm
actually,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
You're fine.
When she had that little outburst, you know, maybe it didn't have anything to do with Summer. Maybe it was because she got wind of these text messages between him and Denise or whoever, you know, this woman that he's telling that he loves.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why she's pissed.
I think that there's a lot more. I probably shouldn't say that. It's rude. I'll just keep my opinion to myself about it.
Fair enough. Tiffany.
I'm trying to not say everything that I think.
Yeah. I'm not used to that.
You know, we just don't know the inner workings thereof, you know, and how it works out between them and stuff. So,
yeah.
Okay, someone's coming
Is
in
everybody
here.
good in the chat? You guys, listen, slow down your chat using
Oh,
your
we lost
finger
her.
because yeah, she's having trouble with her internet and
Okay.
I know a lot of people are saying, can you slow the chat? But it's kind of hard to figure out when you're not used to streaming. She's not even up here. So if you're having trouble seeing the chat, just slow it down with your finger and it'll stop your chat and you can scroll and you can
Yeah.
control how fast your chat goes for the time being, just until she gets back up. I can walk her through how to slow her chat down and stuff, but we got to get her back up here first. So
All right,
hang in
and
there,
those
you guys. We'll get
Okay.
that.
people are offering to mod, but we don't have,
well,
she's
yeah.
not here.
I'm
So
here too if you need anything.
is
Yeah.
there trouble in the chat?
No, I don't see anything. There's
No,
nothing that
okay.
I see that's going on that raises any red flags that I can see.
Okay.
Someone said Don's going to roll on Candace. I think that that's far more likely than Candace rolling on Don.
Abso-freaking-lutely.
Yeah.
He's been trying to throw her under the bus the whole damn time.
Mm.
He's been trying to throw anybody under the bus.
You know,
to be honest.
another
Right.
thing is too, and I think it's important to say we have no idea what his ties to Massachusetts are. And I don't think anybody I've ever heard talk about him have ever discussed him having any kinds of connections to Massachusetts or anything like that. So what I'm thinking is if this is related to Summer, what he was just picked up for, if it's related to Summer, I would imagine that whoever he has done dealings with would be connected to Mass, or something has gone on there, or this could be something completely unrelated, which I don't personally think it's completely unrelated, but on the off chance that it is, because we kind of have to take everything into consideration, right? We know that it's not about Jeannie because Jeannie has admitted in the chat even that she hasn't even sat down to do what she needs to do yet. So we know that it's definitely not anything related to that not yet.
Right.
But is there a possibility that he may have had so he talked about these drug cartel. Okay, so he's talking about the Mexican cartel, and he's talking about how he he was lent $50,000. He paid them back 30. He still owed them 20. Now, I'm wondering, you guys, like I'm thinking along the lines of, what if, and this is just completely speculation because we have no idea what's going on. I'm trying to understand the Massachusetts aspect of this. I'm trying to think of, are there any people that he deals with for work that might be connected to another business in Massachusetts? Somebody that he might have been doing dealings with who might be from Massachusetts, a company, I don't know, anything. It could be a number of things. I'm just trying to understand what grounds he would be expedited to I don't know why he'd be extradited to Massachusetts from Tennessee. It's so strange to me. Someone just asked, do I think Summer could be alive? I believe that there is a huge chance that Summer could be alive after the things that I've heard and seen. And I also believe that there's a huge chance that she could have been taken out of this world as well. I think that, I don't know. I'm very split down the middle at the moment. I've not had a lot of hope that she's been alive for the last month or so. But this morning that kind of changed. I think there's a huge possibility she could be alive. But I also think that there's a huge possibility she could have been collateral, and that really scares me for her.
I think there's a connection between all those people that came from the Northeast in October.
That could be as well. I don't know if any of them have connections to Massachusetts, but
Pretty
no,
close
it's not,
to
it's not
New
Boston,
York.
Tennessee. Ludally, it's Boston, Massachusetts. It's confirmed 100%. It is not Boston, Tennessee. Hold on one sec. I have to mute.
And-
I apologize.
Well, I'd like to say that the FBI card center is this, and that has to do with the trafficking division of the FBI. So that may
Mhm.
it has something to do with that. We don't
Mhm.
know
So,
what this
so
card
you're thinking it's the card team?
did to. They're in Boston, so that's what I think. This could be wrong, but I'm just investigating, and they're out of Boston, so
Yeah. Well, how many? See, but that's how many different locations do they have? Does anybody know? The card team, don't they have the is the child abduction rapid deployment?
that's their
Don't
main.
they have multiple? It's their okay. It's their main office.
Yes, that's the main one.
Okay. Let
So
me
it
look
would
and
make
see.
sense if the
Let me actually look up and see how many offices they have.
okay.
Let me see. Because they
That's
never
the-
mentioned.
that's the
I think all those guys and that Jose guy are part of all of this somehow.
You do?
well, that could be.
Mhm.
That was kind of
And the money. Kinda. I think that was crazy, crazy, crazy strange. Who,
yeah.
what, under what circumstances would 14 strangers ever come and just squat in your house for a day, but then leave? There was
Oh,
really no explanation
there's-
about it other than it just was the most bizarre thing I've ever.
Yeah. Did you see to pull their videos today?
What? What do you mean they pulled their videos?
Yes,
What do you mean?
I'm looking.
Well, they were supposed to go live, and they're not going now, I guess.
Oh,
Oh, they canceled it.
okay. Wow.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Interesting. Okay. Well, it's okay. Listen, you know what? The way I see it is we'll just everybody be super patient because they have to do what's best for summer. And if they need a week or a month to get through all this and to put out the information that they see fit when the time is right for them, we're all willing and ready to wait for that for summer. No matter what, we have to hold in and wait for her. They have to make sure that they put her first, and that's what this is all about. So it sucks, right? You want to hear from them, but if it takes waiting, it takes waiting, and we'll be here.
Well, we just don't have a choice.
And if it means
Yeah.
that,
And we
right, and if it means that we find her, we have a chance to save her. That
Mhm.
now, Drew said that he's reading messages from sources. So I don't know what she's going to come on here and say, but she's right now she's on the phone with Scott.
Oh, okay. Oh, with Scott H.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I like him a lot.
Prairie
Yeah,
Boy still
he's
has
really
a
nice.
streaming schedule for tonight.
General Jones, I checked Fort Devens. He's not there, and if he is, he hasn't been listed. I checked.
What somebody said, Donald Wells. Oh, where the heck did that go? I lost it.
I think what happened, you guys, is that Voices might have texted with Candace and not have realized that it wasn't Don. And she probably really thought that it was Don. I don't think that she talked on the phone. I think she texted with Candace, and maybe Candace did not want to talk about him being gone. You know, they might be trying to, she might be trying to keep things hush hush is all, but that's just my opinion. I don't think that Voices actually spoke with him because they would have known that I mean, when I put up the post that I did this morning, I had verification very early this morning that this had happened, and there's no way possible that they were able to talk to Don. There's just no way.
Yeah, I didn't see that stream, so I don't know what everyone's talking about with that.
I didn't watch it, but I listened because I was out and about.
Uh-huh.
But they were just very adamant that he did not get arrested, that they just spoke several hours ago, and there's absolutely no way that that's possible.
Okay, and I wanted to address somebody in chat, and it's probably a whole bunch of people. I've already called Hawkins County, and he's definitely not at the county jail.
Oh no,
Just put that out there.
He's not.
But people are asking, so
Oh, you called them?
I did.
Oh wow.
I
Yeah,
sure did.
yeah. No, he was flown to Boston.
Wow. So how would that go? Like who, I sound so dumb, but who would have gotten him and extradited him?
The feds.
Would it have been it would have been
I
the
think it would
feds
have been.
then.
I think it would have been the feds.
And that's
But,
why I want to
mean,
talk
could
to
be
this
completely wrong.
caller.
It could have been Ronnie Lawson. He might have just pulled up in there and handled business. But I think it was probably the feds. You know.
I don't even know why I find that funny. Just
Why? What do you?
could have just been Ronnie Lawson.
I love it. I love that guy.
Yeah.
I've like literally been over the moon for him since day one. When he said everyone's a suspect, I was like, boom. I love this guy. And then he said it again, and he totally stole my heart over again. And then he said it again, and I'm like, I'm sold. I love this guy. Totally.
Oh.
Listen, I want to see that though when law enforcement is so stern and they're very strong in their stance and they're all for the child. That gives me a very good feeling. You don't see this a lot. I know a lot of people have been hard on them, but I don't see what other people see. I've seen so many children let down by law enforcement, and I've just had so much faith in them throughout all of this. There's been a couple times where I'm like, oh no, like the time where they went out to the swimming hole. I'm like, they haven't been there. Oh God, don't tell me that they haven't been there, right? But I got over it. And I think they've done an absolutely amazing job. It's just been I think it's been outstanding. Their search, everything. I think even though Summer wasn't found, I would want, if she was my daughter, or God forbid, one of my children was taken, I would want people like that searching for her,
Right.
That's incredible. The search that we saw, that could never have done it any justice. What we saw on TV, amazing. I give so much credit to Hawkins County and the TBI and the FBI. And some people might not share those same feelings, but it's just my opinion.
Tiffany, will you address anyone in here who's saying, well, someone said that Plunder called. I haven't seen her video,
Uh-huh.
but that Plunder called and Don is not in custody. I don't know where she called.
Where did she call? He's not going to show up in any. Listen, he's okay. Well, first of all, I have respect for Plunder. He's probably not going to show up. He's probably not even been processed. You don't even know if he's been booked. He's probably sitting in an interrogation room. They're going to turn his brain to mush, and he's not going to show up on the computer. Probably, I would say till. What do you think? I don't know. Maybe tomorrow morning, but we don't even know where he's being kept. And they might try to
Right.
keep him very low profile. So we have no clue what has resulted, what's caused this result with him.
Mhm.
Who knows what they're going to do? And they know the social media aspect of this. So they can really keep him under the radar for as long as they really want to.
Hey, we just lost Big Eyes.
I know, I noticed.
What's going on here?
I don't know, but where did True go?
Well, she messaged in the chat that she was reading.
We'll just be your host for a while until she gets back.
Oh
Answer
my God.
Neil. And we know
She
this
said-
how. We know what how. What are you trying to ask? We know what how.
Yeah, she's just saying she's reading messages from sources. So I don't know.
Reading messages from sources. I'm not sure. I don't know. I have one source and one source only, and I can't divulge anything that I know. And I'm not going
The
to ever
only
prove what I know.
source.
It's not my place. So no one will be getting that from me.
My only source is the Lord.
Well, yes, of course.
Just say that's my only.
All right, then I have two. I have two.
How's your cat doing?
Good. You know what? She's doing amazing. Thank you for asking. She's feeling
Just
much
totally
better.
normal now?
She's totally normal now. Everything is fine.
Good.
She's right back to her normal self. She doesn't like to be held. She doesn't like to be pet. She's like, get away from me. But
Like, I'm fine.
that's how I knew she was sick, because she was all over me. Hey, you're
Oh.
back. Can we hear her?
She lived. Hello?
Hey, hey.
True.
Give her a sec. She's probably fixing her mic, maybe. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry I'm missing all these people. I can't keep up with all these texts.
Don B. Oh, golly.
There's
Every time
no
I
way
start reading
can.
it flies away and I can't see it anymore.
I'm not going to be able to answer all these things in the chat.
Oh, she's
There's
on the
just no
phone with
way.
Scott. Okay.
Take your time, hon. She's fine.
Okay. But someone said Don B is on his channel saying something, but I can't find it now anymore.
LJ, can you explain exactly what you know for all those who just came in? I could give a quick rundown of just the basics. So overnight, the overnight hours, it was said that Don was picked up and he was flown to Boston, Massachusetts, not Boston, Tennessee, Boston, Massachusetts. And I don't have a exact reason why. I have no explanation for that. I wish I knew. It's not for Jeannie though. And Jeannie was in here a little while ago, and she actually wrote in the chat, hasn't followed through with the process yet. She hasn't started that process yet. So it's definitely not for anything to do with her. And I thank her for coming in here to clear that up, because that's one more piece of the puzzle, right? So that it's not for Jeannie, not yet. And as far as we know, Candace has not been taken anywhere. She's at home, and I believe very distressed.
Okay, I just sent her a message to verify, because people are in the chat are saying that you're supposed to start a new stream. Oh, okay. Camille said it, and she's a
No,
mod. so-
let her do what
Oh,
she,
nope. True
never
said
owned-
no. Scott's
Yeah.
coming.
yeah, let her do her stream, guys. She's got something she's got planned. She asked me to come up. I'm not trying to steal her stream away from her. I'm just here to
What?
visit.
Hold on. Wait, what? Guys.
What? No, everyone's saying start a stream over at Tiffany's because they think you're having trouble, but she's on the phone. You're good. Do
Yeah.
what you
Okay.
need to do.
So
We're here.
Scott's gonna be joining in a little bit because everybody knows this, but this isn't just my channel. This is Scott. He's amazingly helpful in all of it. And I didn't know what guys was not on. I am so sorry. I've been distracted, but thank you guys for continuing to talk while I've situated problems. I can't promise there won't be more, but Scott has agreed to come on in case I have another issue. What's going to happen is he will just continue on.
Okay.
Oy.
She wants to stay here, you guys. We're gonna stay here.
And that's something that I was going to do, but then I did put in chat to go ahead and start a stream, but then me, so.
Yeah, no, it was only if you were gonna have trouble with your internet, like if your weather was gonna blow you out, then I said I would start one for you, but only if you needed me to. Not at all have any plans
Yes.
to go live.
Good golly, Miss Molly, everything's okay. It just was
You're
a
good.
lot of people were putting it in the chat, so I went and private messaged you. Then I got your answer, and then the shit hit the fan, and here we are.
Yeah, he's not.
Okay, so
fine.
Scott, I know you're listening, and I have my phone on Do Not Disturb now because I'm getting ready to accept the call from a neighbor, but I want Scott to be on before we do, because if I have issues, then he can just unmute his mic, and you guys will still be able to hear what I'm saying with the neighbor.
Yeah, and I'm gonna mute.
Okay.
So, Scott, go ahead and join. And I sent you the link. What did I miss?
Oh my gosh, the whole chat is saying TCC is asking you to start a stream. I missed all of them. I wasn't even looking at the
my
chat.
gosh.
I'm so sorry, you guys. I wasn't even looking.
But they're happy to hear about your cat.
Aw, she's good. She's good. I didn't come up here to crash the stream with my cat.
Yeah, no, I asked Tiffany on here because
Conversation.
she's got good insight on what exactly is going on. So it's a pleasure to have her here.
I'm honored to come up here. Thank you. I think the world of you guys. You guys are doing amazing things over here. And I appreciate very much that you guys are doing what you're doing. I think the things that you guys are doing are very valuable. And it's very selfless for you guys to get out there, like boots on the ground. It's a selfless thing to do. And the things that Chase has done are incredible. Scott, he came up on my panel a couple weeks ago and we spent hours, and that man is a wealth of knowledge. So very much appreciated over here.
Somebody just, oh gosh, I'm sorry. This chat is
It's okay. What's
driving me
wrong?
bananas because I just, while you were talking, Tiffany, and I made that noise, was because someone said that they saw where Don was charged with something, and now I can't find it.
Okay.
Somebody type that in again, please, because I need to know.
We
we need to
Gray
know.
Hughes? Was it Gray Hughes investigates? He's talking about the Utah code.
No, I don't think so.
He's been charged all over the place. This guy's been, I mean, he's got charges.
No,
in-
it's September 1st, today.
Oh, September 1st? Okay, hold on. let
It
me go-
actually had the date on it.
Did you see it in the chat or did you see it on this screen up here? Because I noticed the screen up here is super delayed, like by a long time, like a minute or two.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I saw it on the
right, let me
Restream.
try to scroll
one.
up really quick and see if I can find it.
Why do we have Santa Clauses? Who's putting Santa Claus and why?
Let me
No
see.
wonder it's still showing me that people are asking for a stream. Tiffany's. Oh gosh. I
Yes,
need to look at
that's why it's so delayed. This this
Okay.
chat up here on the screen is super delayed.
Okay, let me look at.
That-
Oh, my dogs are gonna play now. Okay. I mean, she is just tearing it up over here. Uh-oh.
All right. So OG Beautiful Disaster said, Tiffany Marie, I just read in someone's comments, they copied and pasted an article saying Don was served an arrest warrant in the early hours, September 1st for SA. Where did you see that? Can you send it to my email? Because
This is
we need the actual link to
Yes.
that in order to even state something.
we
that.
need the receipts, hunty.
Receipts.
Receipts.
Send it to this email right here if you have that. I searched for him for quite a bit and I couldn't find anything, but maybe something just hit. There's my email. I just dropped it in the chat. Send it straight to me and I'll open it.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, how you doing, Scott?
Hi, Scott.
I'm doing okay. Let's, from my end here, Tiffany, I think what you said
Oh no.
was, everybody hear me all right?
Yes, perfect.
Yes.
Okay, because
Oh,
I want
it's me.
everybody to hear me and all the viewers to hear me. Let's be real cautious with this.
Mm-hmm.
Things are very fluid right now. There's a lot of stuff being said right now
Mm-hmm.
that from my end has not been proven yet. So none of us want to go back and have to backpedal.
Agree. Yep. So everybody in
So,
the chat, be
You
careful.
know, I'm not
with-
trying to tell everybody else has got their show, but this is true crime commentary,
Mhm.
and I don't want true crime commentary to have to backpedal on something because of things getting way out of hand and lots of people, everybody in the true crime community on their web channels, you know, on their websites and stuff are posting this and that and everything else. So as far as me, I'm going to go at this cautiously because from what I know here locally, and I'm not going to go beyond that. And I think that's important that we know we need to do.
I agree, Scott.
Make sure we all maintain our integrity, or at least this channel is going to maintain its integrity. And I'm not going to backpedal on anything. Throughout this whole thing, I've not had to backpedal on one thing, because everything that I've put out or have been behind the scenes and putting out on this channel, Penny does the majority of the voice work. That's by design. But everything is, we've never had to backpedal anything because we've always got facts. Always. Now, if people, they can listen to our chats and they can disagree with our chats and they can not like our chats, and all that's good. But all that's telling us is they just don't like the facts. because it doesn't suit the way that it wants it to be for them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not how stuff works. Facts are facts. Facts don't care whether you like them or not.
Mhm.
That's right.
So, I'm just, as for my part on here, I called Penny a second ago with some, concerns that I had on maybe where the direction this was headed on here. Everybody gets excited, and I know that. But it's like I said before, when, and this doesn't make us special in any other way. The only difference is we happen to live close. If a little girl went missing in or little boy, child, teenager, adult, whatever, went missing in your area, you would be privy to more information than what I would be, because you live locally, and you just find out more because of the local people, talking about things. So, and that's usually closer to the truth, is what's going on locally, than it is across the big interwebs. The internet's a huge place. So, let's try to vet stuff and maybe, look at it. Let's see who we've got up here. What Big Eyes we've got. Libby, is that True Crime Libby?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then Tiffany we've got up here. Okay, good.
Hey, we lost True.
True was up here.
She's having
She
a really hard
was.
time. She's
Yeah,
dropped off
well.
a couple times. She's having trouble unmuting her mic, and she's having some bad weather, she said. So
Right. Well, that's why she wanted me to come up. So if the call from the neighbor comes in,
good.
then it continue from my end of the stream. So we're trying to be able to get, keep this continuous if we can. Because she is dealing with some weather issues and stuff.
Did the neighbor verify when she's going to be calling?
No, I was still asleep during that part. I just woke up to all this.
Okay. How are you doing?
Good.
All right.
I was awake last night when the last part that I heard. Hang on just a second. I've got a message. Okay, yeah. Let's. This is. Just slow down a little bit on all this.
what's going on, Scott?
Well, I'm somewhat limited at what I can say because of the people that are involved right now.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
All I can say right now, I just got a message, is Blank is looking into it all, but I know Blank is being questioned, and that's all Blank can say.
Okay, gotcha.
Because right now it's complicated.
Mm-hmm.
It was complicated. It's been complicated the whole time.
Right.
It is complicated, very complicated.
But thank you for that, though.
So what I'm going to draw out of that is, because I'm sitting here reading the blanks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm putting the blanks in there intentionally.
Yes.
Yeah, make sure.
So Blank is looking into it. Blank is extremely credible. Blank, y'all have relied on from the very beginning of this since it came out. So we can say they're credible. Every one of us wake up every day waiting to hear something from blank. All I know is blank is being questioned. Okay, I'm not going to say who that is. But there's only, if you get into a tight circle, we can all make our assumptions on who that is. And then here's the important part. That's all I can say right now because it's complicated. So let's not complicate it anymore.
Right.
Okay. Somebody get the trolls out. Whoever's modding.
Yeah, I'm a mod in here, but I'm busy. I can only
I
do
know.
one thing.
I don't want to like go crazy with a wrench
Oh.
or anything. I don't usually block or I'll time out if I really, really need to, but I don't like to mess with people's channel. You know what I mean? Everybody
Okay.
just
I
keep
do,
respectful and
Okay,
Who made it?
mods, listen to me here right quick. Everybody that's a mod, post right now so I can see you. Damsel causing distress, I see you there.
I'm here.
I am, but I
Ricky
can't
Marie
do it
is
from
the
this.
mod. Okay, right there.
I think it's fine. I don't see anybody doing anything crazy in the chat. I don't think. We know News 45 is
Okay,
fake. We get the
Camille, you're
message.
there. Donnie B is there. Okay, I've got at least 4 mods that I know of. If
Well,
you
we
see
just- There's some sassy comments. I don't know. I mean,
All right.
Lippy's in here right now.
Lippy.
Now, I want everybody to have the opportunity to speak freely because I'm a huge First Amendment guy,
same.
huge
Gal,
Second
though.
Amendment guy. I'm also a Fourth Amendment guy too. Due process, we got to have it. It's a constitutional republic and we live by that. But if anybody gets in here and starts bashing anybody, kick them out. You don't have to ask me. You're a mod in here for a reason. I'm going to trust you. Don't abuse it or I'll kick you out.
Makes sense.
All right, good.
Is this an old oh man.
You see, y'all get to see how I am before I have my first cup of coffee. Come in all yelling and hollering and everything.
True Crime said to call her on Discord, I mean.
I'm on the phone with her right now. I
Oh,
just
you
called
are?
her on Discord. I've got her on the phone. I just muted really quick. I'll be right back.
Technology.
Yeah, it's fun, isn't it?
So what we're gonna do is she can't get back on the stream, so she's going to I have her on Discord and I'm gonna put my phone right here. I'm gonna keep it all the way up so that everyone can hear it and it'll come through me. Talk so they can hear you, make sure that they can hear you.
All right. Well, we can do a sound check if make sure everybody can hear me now.
Can everybody hear her well enough? Let me
It's
know.
slow, but I can
Yeah,
hear
sound-
it. Come on, just wait just a
It's
second.
low.
I'm getting the incoming breaking.
Okay.
What about now?
It's up all the way. Geez,
Let me connect
This
my.
is going to answer.
No, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna connect my Bluetooth, and then we'll see about if the Bluetooth helps it.
okay. let me know.
Piece of trash laptop internet.
Ansley Daniel, WJHL. We heard they were extraditing him to Boston and that it was federal. Candace said the cops told her to get off the phone because they wanted to talk to her.
Yeah.
She said she would call my aunt back. She never did. So my aunt called her about an hour later and both their phones went straight to voicemail. So they have taken her too. It was shortly after the YouTube video was posted about the messages about the $50,000 or whatever. So I don't know if it has anything to do with that or not, but, and then the hand emojis, like, I don't know. That was a message that was sent to WJHL. Here is Ansley Daniels' response. Hey there. Thank you for reaching out. We have sent this inquiry to Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson, and he said it is not true. So what we gather from this message is they were extraditing him from Boston and it was federal. Not true. Candace told the cops to get off the phone because they wanted to talk to her. That probably is true. So they may have taken her too. Not true. So there we go. So now that we have that Ansley Daniel, I'll go back and I'll read you what I was getting before this that I told you I couldn't read. Now I can read, because it's been verified factually. WJHL is looking into it all, but I know he's being questioned, and that's all I can say right now because it's complicated. Okay, just heard from WJHL. He's not in Hawkins County, and I have Ansley's message. And I just read you Ansley's message. So that's where we're standing as of right now.
So where's Don? Where's Don?
Again, it's complicated. Yeah, so here's what I know of the situation that me and Penny were involved in last night, or me and True as she's going on by here or whatever. This is factual, boots on the ground information that can be verified. Eyewitness, boots on the ground people. Most of y'all know me that are on panel, and I know a lot of the people in chats, and my mods especially know me. Sometime early morning, let me go back to my messages here. We had already wound out. Well, I haven't wound down. Penny had wound down and was going to get some rest because she has other things. She's got a family, beautiful children to take care of, dogs, stuff like that. I stay up all hours. I sleep when I want to. I eat when I want to. I do whatever I want when I want to do it. She was planning on going to bed. And I get a message. Well, I texted her. There was a lady talking on AB's channel last night. And I asked her if she knew who it was. She said, I don't know. I left because, well, she was getting ready to go to bed. what'd she say? And I said, well, she's been listening closely to your videos. Because she was relaying some information off of the videos that we posted that are known to be factual informations about timelines. I know if y'all haven't listened to, and this is not, this is giving AB credit. AB is a good host. But I called in the other night and laid out a timeline. And Penny has done a video here on our channel, True Crime Commentary, about her timeline, which mine and hers are basically the same because we do the research together. And we have factual, the boots on the ground people, so we know where our information's coming from. And this lady was using our timeline. She had studied quite a bit, which is good for her because we know that she's, got the facts on her side anyway. By using that timeline, because, well, like I said, we know that timeline to be true. So I get a message from Penny at 1:16 this morning, or 1:19. Blank is on the move. Got out of a bed for a tip. LE will be shadowing. And I said, whoa. Penny says, well, friend, I'm beat. I'm going to pray for Blank and that he stays safe and summer's closer than ever. Vibes and good thoughts till I fall asleep. I said, okay, you're working hard to help. It's appreciated. Get some rest. Then she sends me a message. You ready for this? Don't but laugh. This shit is wild. And I said, okay. And then she gives me a message, and this is at 1:47 a.m. And then I kind of make a snide remark about what the message was about, saying that would make it good on the America's Funniest Home Videos. Just imagining that. It's not funny, but you got to make a lot of situations. And we have confirmation. One of our sources is, and he's been featured on our show and on Tiffany Marie's as well. So he's a good guy. Has talked with the neighbor, was on the phone with the neighbor as he was headed to Beech Creek this morning. Penny asked me if I can pull up the scanner for the last hour or so. I said I can't because you have to pay for a premium service on Broadcastify to be able to go back to archived feeds. I can only listen to it live. 2:04. Penny contacts me and says, there's a cop there. Blank is about 10 minutes away from being there. Talking about, and then she says, well, I was going to go to bed, laughing out loud. Damn it. So our source is 10 minutes out from Ben Hill Road on the phone with a 70-year-old neighbor. That's confirmed. And I qualify that again with Penny. I said, Blank is 10 minutes away. And that was at 2:06. And she says, about. He said it was worth getting out of bed for and been on the phone with the old lady neighbor the whole way. Told him try to get a picture of the car at the house or them out on the road acting an ass. She said blank is drunk. I said blank is a classic untreated alcoholic. Textbook case. And then at 2:29, Penny messages me, says he's probably not getting service up there. I respond true. Because, you know, you get it back in those hollers, you don't have any cell signal. So it would be hard for our source to be able to give us, you know, anything coming back. At 3:45, Penny tells me that she's dropping her phone on her face and she's going to bed. And that's where we have it until I just woke up a little bit ago and saw Penny's messages and had her send me a link to jump on the stream here with you guys. And kind of guide this in a different direction without so much excitement.
Okay, I think we're live now. We decided to go ahead and start the live just because the things going on is just too exciting to just sit and wait. We're still going to be doing the interview with the neighbor, but we have on True Crime with Libby and What Big Eyes to talk about it all until the interview phone call.
What the hell just happened to that? Where did Scott go? Hold on.
She's dropping her phone on her face and she's going to bed. And that's where we have it until I just woke up a little bit ago and
I don't know what happened, but we're starting right there. I think that's right where we were, or just about. I wasn't even on that page. I don't know why it switched like that unless it starts over, but it doesn't look like it. Okay, hold on.
saw Penny's messages and had her send me a link to jump on the stream here with you guys. And kind of guide this in a different direction without so much excitement, speculation. Even though that's so much fun. Libby, what do you think?
I would like to hear from the neighbor.
I'm going to go back a little bit because I don't know what happened there and I feel like we missed something. Like Scott yelling at them.
I know if y'all haven't listened to, and this is not, you know, this is giving AB credit. AB's a good host. But I called in the other night and laid out a timeline. And Penny has done a video here on our channel, True Crime Commentary, about her timeline, which mine and hers are basically the same because we do the research. That was a message that was sent to WJHL.
All right, we'll just start here. I think this is where we were.
Here is Ainsley Daniels' response. Hey there. Thank you for reaching out. We have sent this inquiry to Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson, and he said it is not true. So what we gather from this message is they were extraditing him from Boston and it was federal. Not true. Candace told the cops to get off the phone because they wanted to talk to her. That probably is true. So they may have taken her to not true. So there we go. So now that we have that Ansley Daniel, I'll go back and I'll read you what I was getting before this that I told you I couldn't read. Now I can read because it's been verified factually. WJHL is looking into it all, but I know he's being questioned, and that's all I can say right now because it's complicated. Okay, just heard from WJHL. He's not in Hawkins County, and I have Ansley's message. And I just read you Ansley's message. So that's where we're standing as of right now.
So where's Don? Where's Don?
Again, it's complicated. Yeah, so here's what I know of the situation that me and Penny were involved in last night, or me and True as she's going on by here or whatever. This is factual, boots on the ground information that can be verified. Eyewitness, boots on the ground people. Most of y'all know me that are on panel, and I know a lot of the people in chats, and my mods especially know me. Sometime early morning, let me go back to my messages here. We had already wound out. Well, I haven't wound down. Penny had wound down and was going to get some rest because she has other things. She's got a family, beautiful children to take care of, dogs, stuff like that. I stay up all hours. I sleep when I want to. I eat when I want to. I do whatever I want when I want to do it. She was planning on going to bed. And I get a message. I texted her. There was a lady talking on AB's channel last night. And I asked her if she knew who it was. She said, I don't know. I left because, well, she was getting ready to go to bed. What'd she say? And I said, well, she's been listening closely to your videos. Because she was relaying some information off of the videos that we posted that are known to be factual informations about timelines. I know if y'all haven't listened to, and this is not, this is giving AB credit. AB is a good host. But I called in the other night and laid out a timeline. And Penny has done a video here on our channel, True Crime Commentary, about her timeline, which mine and hers are basically the same because we do the research together. And we have factual, the boots on the ground people, so we know where our information's coming from. And this lady was using our timeline. She had studied quite a bit, which is good for her because we know that she's, got the facts on her side anyway. By using that timeline, because, well, like I said, we know that timeline to be true. So I get a message from Penny at 1:16 this morning, or 1:19. Blank is on the move. got out of a bed for a tip. LE will be shadowing. And I said, whoa. Penny says, well, friend, I'm beat. I'm going to pray for blank and that he stays safe and summer's closer than ever. Vibes and good thoughts till I fall asleep. I said, okay, you're working hard to help. It's appreciated. Get some rest. Then she sends me a message. You ready for this? Don't but laugh. This shit is wild. And I said, okay. And then she gives me a message, and this is at 1:47 a.m. And then I kind of make a snide remark about what the message was about, saying that would make it good on the America's Funniest Home Videos. Just imagining that. It's not funny, but you got to make a lot of situations. And we have confirmation. One of our sources is, and he's been featured on our show and on Tiffany Marie's as well. So he's a good guy. Has talked with the neighbor, was on the phone with the neighbor as he was headed to Beech Creek this morning. Penny asked me if I can pull up the scanner for the last hour or so. I said I can't because you have to pay for a premium service on Broadcastify to be able to go back to archived feeds. I can only listen to it live. 2:04. Penny contacts me and says, there's a cop there. Blank is about 10 minutes away from being there. Talking about, and then she says, well, I was going to go to bed, laughing out loud. Damn it. So our source is 10 minutes out from Ben Hill Road on the phone with a 70-year-old neighbor. That's confirmed. And I qualify that again with Penny. I said, blank is 10 minutes away. And that was at 2:06. And she says, about. He said it was worth getting out of bed for and been on the phone with the old lady neighbor the whole way. Told him try to get a picture of the car at the house or them out on the road acting an ass. She said blank is drunk. I said blank is a classic untreated alcoholic. Textbook case. And then at 2:29, Penny messages me, says he's probably not getting service up there. I respond, true. Because, you get it back in those hollers, you don't have any cell signal. So it would be hard for our source to be able to give us, anything coming back. At 3:45, Penny tells me that she's dropping her phone on her face and she's going to bed. And that's where we have it until I just woke up a little bit ago and saw Penny's messages and had her send me a link to jump on the stream here with you guys. And kind of guide this in a different direction without so much excitement, speculation. Even though that's so much fun. Libby, what do you think?
I would like to hear from the neighbor.
Right? Yeah.
I do know, because I called myself to see if either Don or Candace was in custody in Hawkins County, and the answer was no for both.
That's correct. I can't say that. That is factual there.
So, but I guess I don't understand where this whole Boston thing came from. Is that where he's being questioned?
No.
Do we know that? No. Okay. But he is being questioned.
Yes.
Okay.
By who? I don't know. But it's not a YouTube creator, I can guarantee you that.
Okay. I think
Penny, you there, hun?
the last message that Tiffany said, she said she was going to set up a stream because it wasn't working on here to do that with the phone call. So I think we're supposed to go over there, but let me see if she is on yet. All right, she's got it scheduled. Tiffany Marie has it scheduled. What is this?
Hey guys, I'm here. I just set up a stream. I've got True on the phone. She's having trouble, and we're gonna do it on my channel because she's running this through Discord, and you're not gonna be able to hear the neighbor speaking through her through Discord to me. So she's gonna come on my panel. So I set up the stream for her. I set her the link. It's all set and ready to go. She's gonna jump on my panel right now. So I can send you guys the link as well.
Yeah, I saw it. I just saw it come up.
I can actually stick the link right in the private chat for you guys. There you go.
I see some.
I feel so bad. She's
Okay.
having trouble with her internet. Here's the link. Libby saw, and here you go. Hold on a second. Let me put that in. All right. And then what big guys, you guys all come over. And
Okay.
then I think does everyone have my channel link? I'll put it in the chat for you. Hold on.
Yeah, definitely drop that in the chat, Tiffany.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in there right now.
Mods, all my mods, grab Tiffany Marie's link and drop that. Let's give it about 2 minutes, Tiffany, before we go over.
Okay, no problem.
That way everybody has a chance to grab yours, because I don't want anybody to miss out on this. Give them an opportunity to grab your
Definitely.
channel link.
No problem.
I've got your let's see if I'm up on your StreamYard yet.
Let me actually grab the stream link for you guys. I'm gonna put it in the chat, the link to my stream. Put it in the chat. Okay. There you go, guys. I just dropped it in there for you. I'm going to go over to my channel. I just need to go grab my cell phone charger and I'll be good to go.
Okay, you go get ready and then we'll come over right here in a minute.
Yeah, I'm right
Right.
over. Okay.
Okay.
Bye, guys.
Thanks.
How do I get out of here? Oh, leave. I see it. Okay.
Yeah, there's a leave button.
Are you sure you want to leave? Yes. All right, bye.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Someone
All
thought I
right,
was
Libby.
asleep.
Back
Uh-oh.
to back to what you were saying there, Libby. While we wait on Tiffany Marie to get set up.
Somebody get that webcamschat.com hot girls out of here, please. That's gross. Y'all see that?
Did we have a spammer come in?
Mm-hmm. Chris M is saying it's false, saying what's false. And my chat is behind, so I can't help it.
Yeah, that's why I say we have to be real careful on this stuff. It's fun to get excited and everybody is just itching and wanting results and stuff, but we've got to go about this the right way. I'm not gonna, I'm gonna try my best to not backpedal on anything.
Right.
I want to make sure for my audience, our audience, true crime commentary audience, that I'm giving them what they've come to rely on since we started, and that's facts. And our audience over here, they understand that there's a certain time and a certain place to introduce information into this. And it's frustrating sometimes, but that's just the way that we have to do it. I've got, information that YouTube channels would go absolutely crazy with right now. And I've had for weeks, but it's just not the time nor the place to put it out. Some stuff is very sensitive. And, there's a 5-year-old baby girl. Think about that. A 5-year-old baby girl.
That's who we're all thinking about.
If nothing else, she deserves the highest amount of integrity for her. Look at what that little girl's done. I saw Jeannie was in here earlier.
Mm-hmm.
What a hell of a woman. And these other friends or family members of Jeannie's that are, possibly coming out. Look at that. Jeannie on the second day, as soon as she found out about a niece that she did not know, had never met, called TBI and said, hey, listen to this. You need to know this. Look at Jeannie's family and the 5 other people that are close in Jeannie's circle that are going to come out. Look at the healing that family is going to experience. Not just the individuals, Jeannie and her 5 people, they're going to heal tremendously. I think that healing process has already started, but their families are going to heal from this.
Yes.
And it's all because of this 5-year-old baby girl that we're all talking about here. So the 30,000-foot view is Jeannie, her entire family, all the other survivors' families that are close in this. They all deserve respect. And there's been some other pivotal people and other people that have supported them along the way. and got them in the right, headed in the right direction, so that we can have some people or a person pay for some horrible things that they did in the past. And all that's positive stuff, and we need to keep that support and that positivity going for those folks as well.
Are you ready to head over there?
Yeah, let's see. Tiffany got her stream up and everything.
Yeah, there's like at least 500 people over there already.
Oh, well, I'm not seeing that for whatever reason. But yeah, we can do that for sure. All right, everybody, it's showing we've got 1,004 people in here. Looks like Libby says Tiffany Marie has already got her chat set up. I'm still not seeing it on my end for whatever reason that Tiffany's live. Oh, okay, here we go. I see it here. Like she's waiting. Tiffany Marie's going to be on in 4 minutes and 32 seconds, so we can talk for a little bit more here. While she's getting there ready.
All right.
That way we can make a smooth transition. Does anybody in the chat there have any questions for myself or Libby?
Well, people keep saying Web Sleuths has posted that Chris told her Don Wells has not been arrested, and we're no longer, I think, you know, that did get misconstrued that he's been arrested, but he's being questioned, right?
So I see what I did wrong. After this, it starts over because I put the video in again. So I'm going to delete that when we get to, because we're nearing the end of this now. And it's going to go into the next one. Hold on.
Right. That's all that I've got right now. I don't have anything that he's been arrested by anybody. What I've got is he's being questioned.
No, it's the next one. The next one's with Chase that's coming up. We're going to listen to when this one's over, and this must not have been the one where Scott yelled at them unless it's coming up too, but there was another live he was on with them where I swear Tiffany came over and Penny couldn't get the stream to work, and Tiffany was on at the beginning of it, or they had gone and got her. It might be on the stream on Tiffany's after where he yells. But this was a really good live to listen to, guys. If you get a chance and you want to, I would even listen to it again. I'm leaving it up so it won't be deleted again unless they strike me and take it down, or, you know. All right, let's finish this up. And then it'll just start playing right into Chase being on Penny's live stream.
And I don't have who he's being questioned by. So I can't say whether he's being questioned by Hawkins County or Rosalie 9974. This is our channel here. True Crime Commentary is a joint venture between Penny and myself. Correct, damsel. Causing distress, arrested and detained are two different things. You're right. Depending on the charge, they can be held for 48 up to 72 hours without being charged and being questioned. And that's all depending on whether it's local, state, or federal offenses and what the offenses are.
Cheddar, I honestly don't know what I have because they've like taken my channel down a few times and then I'd delete my stuff and I'd come back like this, for instance. These videos I didn't even know I had until this morning. It's a possibility that I might. His whole channel with Penny is still up. Most of his channels are actually still up except for that one, but I don't think that I have much from it if I do. But I've been going over his old stuff, and to be honest with you, I think the channel he had with Penny is probably the most important information. Okay, let's get back to this because I really want to get to the next ones too. I'm curious what that one about AB was about. Okay, hold on.
And Candace is not being questioned, is that correct? Or not known?
Not known.
Okay.
According to the message that was sent out, it says, so they may have taken her too.
Ah.
And Ronnie Lawson says that is not true.
Oh, okay.
Well, one part about him not being extradited is not true.
So she could possibly be being questioned?
It says they were extraditing him to Boston and that it was federal. Candace said the cops told her to get off the phone because they wanted to talk to her. She said she would call my aunt back. She never did. So my aunt called her about an hour later. Both their phones went straight to voicemail. So they may have taken her too. It was shortly after that YouTube video was posted with the messages about that $50,000 or whatever. So I don't know if it has anything to do with that or not.
Okay.
Ansley Daniels, thank you for reaching out. We have sent this inquiry to Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson, and he said it's not true. And then, like I said, I got the messages saying that WJHL is looking into it all, but I know he's being questioned. And that's all I can say right now because it's complicated. Okay, just heard from WJHL. He's not in Hawkins County, and I have Ansley's message. And Ansley's message was they sent that inquiry to Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson, and he said it's not true. And that's coming from Ansley Daniels. I'm sitting here looking at Ansley Daniels' WJHL header on her text. So, okay, looks like the time clock is ticked down on Tiffany Marie's channel. We're just waiting on her. Everybody come on over and join us there. It looks like Penny was having some weather problems. Apologize for that. But we're not in the business here of trying to be right or trying to be first or trying to be first. We're in the business of trying to be right. So if we have another platform that's willing to host us on their channel, and are gracious enough to have our members come on over, then we thank them for that. And I'll see everybody over there.
As will I.
All right, maybe see you.
Hopefully. Where's my other thing? I need to switch it to your little icon. Nobody wants to see that little T. Okay, let's see. There we go, that's better. So,
Okay.
for everybody who is watching right now, I wanted to thank our guest. Oh my gosh, that feedback is so annoying. So here's what's going to happen. As I'm talking, I'm going to take the earbuds out of my ear. And when you answer, I'll put them back in. Okay.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay. So for everybody who's tuning in right now, I wanted to thank 423 Chase for coming on and talking to us about what's going on in the area with Summer Wells and the things that he's doing to help find her. I did see earlier that he was going to talk to one of the, I guess, maybe, what was it, like the food city people? Was it like the managers, or tell us about that?
Yeah, we have two major grocery chains in this area, I guess you could say, one being Food City and the other being Ingles. And Food City was closer to me. Ingles is their home base is in Black Mountain, North Carolina, which I will be hitting them up next. But the Food City over here, there was a lady sent me or left a comment on one of the videos, and I've got to give credit to her because it was her idea. And if you go to the videos, you can see who it was. I cannot remember her name right now to save my life, and I feel bad for that because she deserves all the credit. But I spoke with Food City today, and if they can get this approved, I mean, guys, we're talking anywhere from 25,000 flyers being given out in a weekend. I mean, that's, and maybe even more. I mean, because you figure just in this area alone, there's 5 food cities, and they go everywhere from here to Southwest Virginia, Eastern Kentucky, all the way down to Knoxville. I mean, we're talking a lot of grocery stores, and you imagine doing that for a week. How many people go in and out of grocery stores? I mean, come on, this will be amazing, So I just keep your fingers crossed, but I don't see a problem with it. I think they'll be more than glad to do it. And I just wanted everybody to know that when we went out, there was seven of us went out Saturday putting up flyers. We got almost 500 flyers, and no business turned us down. Nobody turned us down whatsoever. So I don't know where that's coming from. I mean, I know businesses have rules, but we had no problems whatsoever.
So whenever you went to the Food City and talked to the people, were you able to speak to somebody? What did they say? They
Yes.
said yes, right? Or
I spoke with one lady and she said, you know, everything is we live in a higher up world, you gotta, one person has to get the next person, but she was really excited about it. And she, basically we're just waiting on approval. That's it.
yeah.
You know, like I say, I don't see any problems at all with it. I think it's going to go great.
So I remember Dawn saying that the local businesses were having issues with people wanting to put their flyers up. And you're saying that's not the case, that people are letting you put the flyers in the window?
I'm telling you right now, we went downtown Kingsport, Center Street, Church Street, went all the way up and down Stone Drive, which if you get the area, there's not really a lot in Rogersville where I'm hitting at. So we're trying to stay more in Kingsport because there's Rogersville and Hawkins County is more of a rural area, and Kingsport's more of a city, so there's more people. So we're trying to get, a lot more. That's basically the only place that's got a lot of businesses in the area to do it at. Rogersville has a few. As a matter of fact, I do know there's some stores in Rogersville that do have flyers up. I've been there, I've seen it. But, it bothered me because I started hearing that from people. And, like I said, I did not have any trouble whatsoever. None of our people did. We weren't turned down anywhere. They were happy to take them. So.
Wow. That is a 100% opposite of what has been told so far. That's crazy.
Yes, ma'am.
So, what exactly was the turning point for you where you decided that this needs to have some boots on the ground operations going on? What made you feel so compelled to do that? Because I know in our own way we're all trying to help find summer, but are these things you've been doing from the start, or have you been was there a point in when you just couldn't sit by anymore?
Well, when we first heard about it, it was actually on June the 15th. How you get the alert on your phone when they finally turned it to an Amber Alert. And I thought, my first thought, because I know that area well, my first thought, and I can remember it like it was yesterday, I thought, oh my God, there's been a bear or a snake got this little girl, a snake bitten, because it is true, there's wildlife in that area. Okay. Mm-hmm. So I went on thinking that for maybe, a couple of weeks. And, the more searching and then the more interviews and everything, that went out of my mind, because when you start finding the times out that she was supposed to have disappeared, there's no bear going to be out like that in broad daylight, not with all those dogs. And, so I got thinking, I kept thinking, and, I thought, why is this not on the news anymore? Why is nothing happening? So a friend of mine, he works for me, and he said, have you watched this on YouTube? And I said, no. I said, the only thing I watch on YouTube is, jokes and funny stuff, So
yeah.
Anyway, I started watching it, and I thought, this isn't right. Something's wrong. So I got myself, 2 people that work with me. There's an off-duty officer. There's an EMT, actually 2 EMTs. there's about 8 of us at all times. And we just went out here and started looking. I thought, something's got to be done.
There's about 8 of them at all times. Remember that. An EMT, what did he say, a retired police officer or something? 8 of them at all times. Just something I wanted to point out.
So, we went out doing the flyers. We went out doing, searches. I mean, you go around here and you ask, you got to have permission. But like I say, we've lived in this area all of our lives. We know a lot of people in the area.
Mhm.
All it takes is go up, knock on the door, and they start letting, they'll let you do anything once they know it's for this 5-year-old little girl. So, and
So
that's
you're
just,
saying that the locals are not having any problems with you doing property searches in their property?
no, ma'am, they come out and help us. Well, like take for instance, I think it was Friday. We had an 86-year-old man walking his back creek with us. I mean, these people they want to help. There's a lot of love for that little girl in this area, and she needs to be found, and that's what we're not going to give up until she's found.
Yeah. And I know so many people wish that they could be there searching too. I can't tell you the amount of people who have lost sleep just trying to connect dots because everything that falls out of the parent's face is absolute trash.
Well, that's a lot of what I don't understand. If and all we can go on is what they say. I mean, Candace, from what I can understand, Candace said it was 2 minutes that she took Summer over to the house and was in there for 2 minutes. Now here's what I don't understand. If that little girl came out of that house on her own, to me there's 2 places she would have went. She would have went to her swing, or she would have went back to her mom and grandmother where she just came from. Now, the other story is if someone was down there waiting on her, would they not have been in there for all day with those 3 boys? I mean, weren't the 3 boys at home that whole day?
Yeah, that's what they said.
None of it makes sense to me. And like I say, if you're 1,000 miles away, you can't really get a grasp of what's going on as if you're right here in the area. And like I say, it's not many mixed, feelings here in this immediate area,
Yeah. Chasing Justice just joined us, and I wanted to allow her some time. She said she doesn't have very long, but I wanted to allow her some time to talk about a case that she's working on, which I think you did speak to her about. And I just want everybody to pay attention to this story because it's very important, and she's covering it, and she's doing a good job with helping the mom. And so I'm just going to be quiet now and let her talk while we still have her.
Okay.
Go ahead. Let's see. She says, if I drop off, I'll try to get back on. Internet is super slow. So she is covering it on her YouTube, and it's Crime Scene Uncovered. So if everybody want to go over there and make sure you see what she's been working on with this case. So just you can just start talking whenever you are able to. Until then, I'll just keep talking to 423. And my next question would be, in the people that you talked to, out there, what is the consensus? What is the feeling in the air?
Well, most of the people you talk to here, they don't really come out and say that the parents actually did it, but they do say that they know more than they're telling. And I don't know if it's just the way they're talking, the way they try to explain stuff, or the way they're telling the story, or whatever, but it doesn't add up to me. And maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, but it doesn't add up to me. I think they know more than they're saying. Somebody knows, and somebody needs to open their mouth so this child can be found. And the longer it goes on, the more aggravating it gets. And it's not going to get any better for anybody.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising because somebody else that I was talking to said that they're surprised that Dawn and Candace haven't been run out of Rogersville already. So Rogersville can continue on with the business of being Rogersville. Do you think that's an accurate observation?
Yeah, I do. And that's what we don't want to happen. I mean, you don't want one bad thing turning into two bad things or three bad things or so on and so forth. I mean, like I say, it just takes one crazy person to do something to mess everything up, and that's what nobody wants. And that's what I try to stress so much when there's people arguing and fussing on here. It doesn't matter right now who did what. Let's keep it on Summer. Let's find this baby. I mean, I pray to God she is still alive, and if she is, she's going through hell. So if everybody would put all their resources together and find this youngin', I mean, it breaks your heart. It does.
Yeah.
I heard him say tonight. Now this is what got me. I don't know if anybody else heard it, but I heard it. He was on a channel there, and he said that he took off work today and went searching, but the people wouldn't let him search on their property. We've not run into that at all. I mean, everybody has been more than willing to, just like I said, they will even go out and look with us. I mean, it's nobody's going to turn.
It's him.
That may be. If that's the issue, then so be it. But people will let you search. I mean, we're not having any trouble at all. And there's people out here looking. I mean, please, if you live away from here, don't think that people are not looking for this little girl. I don't know how many hours we have into it. And that don't matter.
That you guys have a drone you're using too, right?
We have 2 drones. Yes, ma'am.
That's amazing. And you guys go check out his YouTube because he has videos driving around the Meadows subdivision where Dawn was working, and I believe still is working. But just kind of giving you a lay of the land. He also did a video driving to the wetlands, the water park over there, and then showing how close the wetlands is to the Meadows. And just, if you want to get a feel and have a look at what exactly it looks like over there, then go head over to his YouTube page. Let's see.
And you can see it's not easy terrain. I mean, it's rough. I mean, it's rough searching in a lot of these areas.
I actually have some pictures. Just let me see. These were sent to me yesterday. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. There we go. I don't know if everybody can see that. Let me see. Why is it not working?
It's technology. Don't you love it?
Oh, because I didn't click share screen yet. Or maybe I did. I don't know. Share. Oh, I have to actually click the. There we go. I think that's gonna. Oh my god. Is it sharing?
I don't see anything.
Chasing, are you ready to tell your story?
Can you guys hear me?
Okay. Yay.
Yay! Okay,
I
I
can
only
hear
have
you.
a minute, so sorry, guys. Yes, I have been covering the story of Aaron Shane Key. He was killed basically 28 months ago, and it was made and ruled as suicide. A lot of corruption, a lot of crazy things going on with it. I've already done part 1 with his mom, and tomorrow at 4:15 on my other channel, which is Crime Scene Uncovered, we'll be going over part 2 of his story.
Okay.
And I've
Oh.
listened to that interview with her, and that was a hard listen. But it's important, and I encourage everybody to go over to Crime Scene Uncovered and don't make the mistake I did. Whenever you type crime scene, it's not how it's actually spelled. It's crime scene, SEEN. So don't make the same mistake I did. So if I can ask you, and you don't have to answer, but I am going to ask questions because I know that you know people and stuff like that.
Okay.
There is a misconception going around that Don may not have been at work that day at all. What do you have to say about that?
No, he was at work that day, but he was not at work all day. He was. Now this is. He was there, but there was a time where he left and came back, and this is from credible people that do the same thing he does. He was gone sometime between 3 and 3:30. Was not there. He was not at the Meadows then. No, he wasn't. And TBI already knows that. So, I mean, it's not like, anybody's saying anything anybody doesn't know. But no, ma'am, he was not there. He did leave and he did come back.
Well, a lot of people didn't know it because whenever I said it, people were, that was the first time that anybody had heard it. And I was quite afraid, actually.
No, don't be afraid because he did leave. He did leave and go back. They know that. It's not like see, things get lost. I mean, we're human, we we want to know more. We want to know this. We want to know that. And humans, we're the most impatient creature there is. You know, we want everything right then. We want answers right then. And people, they hear something, but they don't hear it. But yeah, he did leave, and that is known. But like you said, you know, a lot of people didn't know that. But it is the truth.
Yes, the LJ in chat just said, I never heard that and I watch everything.
See, that's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, but he did leave, and that is from people that do the same thing that he does at the same place. See, you got Tucker Building is not just Tucker Drywall. I mean, everything they're doing in the meadows over there is by Tucker Building. It's Tucker Building, it's Tucker Construction, it's Tucker Drywall, Tucker Plumbing. I mean, you can Google it and see for yourself. I mean, they don't just do drywall. If you go right through the meadows at the new buildings, you're going to see a sign, Tucker Buildings. I mean, and don't get me wrong. I mean, I would hire Tucker Buildings to build my house. They are good people. You know, they're, you know, they've always had a good,
Hopefully. I need to switch it to your little icon. Nobody wants to see that little.
see, that's what I'm saying. I'm
Why is that doing that? It did it again, guys. What the hell? How far is that in? Hold on. Let me see what the hell just happened there.
A lot of crazy things going on with it. I've already done part 1 with his mom, and tomorrow at 4:15 on my other channel, which is Crime Scene Uncovered, we'll be going over part 2 of his story.
okay.
All right, guys, hold on, because this definitely skipped again, and I don't know why it did that. Let me go back, because she came off and then she came back on. And the second time she came on, it was longer. So let's go back to... I apologize. I don't know why that did that. Maybe I hit a button on my keyboard. My husband was handing me my medicine. All right, so here's where she's on the first time. Let's see. Look, and then my thing's right here. I bet you this is where we were.
And I've listened to that
Maybe.
interview with her, and that was a hard listen. Crime Scene, it's not how it's actually spelled. It's Crime Scene, SEEN.
Oh.
You can Google it and see for yourself. I mean, they don't just do drywall. If you go right through the meadows at the new buildings, you're going to see a sign, Tucker Buildings. I mean,
we'll just start right here. This is about where we were.
And don't get me wrong. I mean, I would hire Tucker Buildings to build my house. They are good people. You know, they're, you know, they've always had a good, I don't know, good reputation. So I'm not trying to bash on them at all. But, you know, they're good. They're good at what they do.
Chasing, you're back. Are you able to talk some more?
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
go ahead.
We're getting all the residual rain and wind from the storm. So my internet keeps going out. So I'm going to try to make this quick. So in part 1, we went over kind of like the basics about what happened. Tomorrow, we're going to really dig in and focus on that day, what happened on Turkey Town Road. As I've been working with his mom, we've uncovered a lot of crazy stuff that goes on out there. And it's not something to take lightly, but apparently this kind of stuff, I mean, everything that people have speculated about, like the drug trafficking, the sex trafficking, all of that stuff is really going on in Tennessee as well as other areas. And something has got to be done about it, because with everything that I have seen, there is no way that Aaron kills himself. And I believe that 150. Our main
Yeah.
goal, we would like to.
What, I'm sorry. Can you say again what the location of this case is?
It happened on Turkey Town Road.
And that's in
Which-
Tennessee. Just
Yes.
yeah. Mhm.
The house that it happened at, it's a family that has been there for 5 generations. So we'll go over a little bit about, how we led up to that day, and then focus on what happened that day, and kind of talk about some pictures I've seen, some evidence that was left at the scene by law enforcement. I'll tell you right now, I'm making some people in Tennessee mad.
Yeah.
With another case I'm working on, Joshua Bohannon, who is missing and has been for almost 3 months. Law enforcement instructed his family to take their Facebook page down, and they think that I am actually the person in charge of running that page. My post announcing part 2 that's going to take place tomorrow for Aaron was actually reported to Facebook. So someone's watching and someone isn't wanting things to be talked about.
Yeah.
It's
I
pretty
just
bad,
had
you
one of my
guys.
videos put YouTube took it down. It was the one that I just did today with pictures of Summer with bruises and talking about, recognizing abuse and neglect, and they took it down.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, there's things going on that they don't want people talking about, and that's the cases I go after. Are the ones that people want to keep hidden. I've been following Summer's case, and I followed the Cash Gurning case. I just can't dig in too deep, because it just, as a mom, it's just too hard on me. So I have a tendency to go after, have a lot of corruption and injustice behind them.
Mhm.
And that's just my passion, where my heart is. And that stems from what we went through when my brother-in-law was killed last year. I did most of that investigation and worked with the district attorney on my own. So there's just, I know that there's a lot of controversy and drama going on with Summer, but that all has to stop, because she is the main focus. And the things I'm working on, Josh and Caitlin Ledbetter, who is also missing. We don't know where she is.
Those 2 boys, you remember them? I told
no.
you about them.
No, I kind of came in after the West Boys.
No,
I know.
not the West Boys. I'm talking about the 2
the other
boys
2 little
in
boys that you were
Tennessee.
telling me about.
Mhm.
No, I can't find anything on them. It's crazy.
Exactly.
So, and it's not just Tennessee. I don't give Tennessee a bad rap by any means. It's a beautiful state, and unfortunately, I might not ever be able to visit there. But
Yeah.
Something has to be done. We have to take our world back from the evil that's out there. I know we'll never be able to put a complete stop to it, but we need to get some closure for these families, if nothing else.
Yes. And I actually am going to be pointing somebody in your direction.
Okay.
This was chasing justice. I'm not real familiar with that channel, but she also talks in here about, she covered Josh Bohannon, I covered him as well a little bit. That was a crazy case. It still is. I don't think that girl's ever been arrested, his ex-girlfriend, and the family really believes she had something to do with it, and they found him like a couple years later. But anyways, I was listening to this earlier. She covered a couple other cases in Tennessee and jumped on the panel. She's not on real long, so I figured we just listen to it instead of trying to have me move it around. Okay, hold on.
This case is 16 years old,
Wow.
and it sounds very much like Rabbit's case.
Yeah. And after talking to his mom, there's a few cases out there that are like that. And a lot of them tie back into the same people in one way or another. And Chase, you might know the people that I'm talking about.
I have an uncle that lives. You're talking about the Hillman case, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah. I have an uncle that lives in Cookville, so I know exactly what you're talking about. When you said to Google it, I didn't even have to Google it. I
Yeah.
knew right then what you were saying. Yes.
You know, the old man that was in the house that this happened at, he passed away recently. So
Oh,
that
okay.
means things are gonna get a lot worse out there. The main thing we're wanting to accomplish, and what I have made a vow to make it happen, is we need to get his death certificate changed from suicide. I would even take undetermined, but he has children and they don't need to grow up, you know, having people tell them, oh, well, your dad killed himself, because that's not the case. I mean, there's
Yeah,
just no, it didn't happen
that's
like
bad.
that. Yeah. So, you know, I mean, they have to live without their daddy now, and that in itself is heartbreaking. And I saw a message not too long ago where his daughter had actually got in touch with his mom, and they were talking about a father-daughter dance. And she said, you know, she's always wanted to go to a father-daughter dance ever since she was a little girl. She'll never get to. And that was devastating to me.
Yeah.
So tomorrow at 4:15 Central, I'll be on my other channel. It's Crime Scene Uncovered. You'll have to, when you do the filters, do it for the channel, because that's the only way it'll bring up the channel. It's so new that it just doesn't pop up in a general search.
Well, I'll put a link in the description of this whenever it's over.
Okay.
And I'll also link 423 Chase.
All right. Well, I'm going to hop off here because my signal is really low, and I know that they're working on some power lines around here. So, but thank you for letting me come on and say a little bit about it. And I would love to join you again and talk more about summer and give you like my opinions on it. I haven't
Thank
done
you
that
so much
much.
for coming.
Last time I did that on Friday, people have been having a field day with it, but
Oh God,
we're
I know.
combating that too. So all the bullies on the other team, you know, they're in for a big surprise.
Good. I love surprises.
All right, and Chase, I'll be in touch with you very soon, and then hopefully you can stop by tomorrow and check out my stream. All right, everyone,
I sure
have a good
will.
night.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Have a good night,
too.
everyone. Bye bye.
All right. Bye. So Chase, there's
There's a
some
question.
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
There's a question. There's a question on here, I think, from Crystal Sims about the trafficking ring that was busted today.
So there goes my rise and shine. That was before I ever made a YouTube channel. I was in the chat when my channel started as my name, Crystal Sims, before I changed it and made a YouTube that I went live on. Hold on, I gotta shut Alexa up. She's reminding me about my meds now. Damn. Okay. But in this part, the audio goes bad for a little bit. I just want to warn you guys, it's nothing I can do to fix it. I didn't even try, and I didn't want to because I feel like I would have made it worse. Okay, hold on.
I don't know if that was due to Summer's search, but I think right now let's give this little girl credit for everything that goes on around here. Because nobody else is. I mean, the news won't even cover this hardly, but they don't care to go out and try to find out who has the best hamburgers and hot dogs in town. So, you remember, I don't know how old you are, so I'm not gonna get my age.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on just a second. I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm having a hard time hearing you. I don't know if everybody else is. I can hear you, but it sounds like you're far away.
Okay, kid, is that better?
No.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe that's that storm. Maybe I don't know. We're starting to get a little of it, but
It sounded like your finger might be over your mouthpiece or something. I don't know.
okay. What about now?
No. If everybody can hear him, just push 1. And if y'all can hear him, I'm good.
I think it's the storm coming in. Maybe.
Okay. So I'm sorry I interrupted you. Hopefully you didn't lose your train of thought.
No, that's okay. Can you hear me now? I think it's
I can hear you, and everybody in chat can hear you. So it does sound different than how when we first started, but I can still hear you. It's fine.
Okay. Well, like I said, it's starting to storm here, but yeah, go ahead if you have any other questions. I'll be happy to answer them.
Okay, I'm just scrolling through chat right now to see. I have a question while I'm looking for other questions. Do we know what time Dawn got to work?
They usually start. Now, here's the thing. They cannot start before 7:30 a.m. and they have to be gone by 5:30 p.m. because the residents that live there right now. I've heard 2 or 3 different stories on what time I know he was seen at 8:30. I do know that. I do know he was seen at 8:30, and I know when he was last seen also.
Okay. And that would be 5:30, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you do know that he left work at some point that day. Would you be able to say if that was normal? Like if he like goes to get lunch every day, or?
Well, they, lunch for them is between 11 and 1. So this was, this was way after 1 o'clock. 3 o'clock is. So, but they, depending on what they do, they usually take lunch anywhere from 11 to 12 and then get back at 1. So.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I see that people are defending this time period where he left for about 35 minutes. Like, oh, maybe he just went to go get a sub. Okay.
As far as the septic tanks go, you do have to have a permit for that. They do have to come out and check the land. So yes, they do.
Okay. So what's the feeling on the work site? Because I know you don't work there, but I know people or some chain of connections like that. What is it? Is it awkward? Are people like still cutting up with him or what?
No, he's what I know is there's been a lot of questioning. I mean, these people's probably been questioned as much as he and Candace have been questioned. So it's pretty much hush hush, and I think everybody pretty much avoids going around him. Honestly, I mean, I know that's what they do. The ones that I know, anyway.
So I did see a comment asking why people like Don with a criminal background get hired for that sort of job. And then like Don also said that he's hired some people that all turn out to be drug people. So it's like, what is the screening process to get this job? I mean, you're working in a residential area where people's kids are outside playing and who knows what else. Like, why are these people allowed to work there?
I really can't answer that. I don't know because, I know I wouldn't hire them at my business, but here's the thing right now with this COVID going on, there's been a lot of people laid off that are actually making more money staying at home than they are working around this area anyway. So I know, you can't go anywhere in this area that somebody is not hiring. It's not hard to get a job here right now. I mean, everyone is hiring. So, maybe they took a few bad apples in something. I don't know.
Maybe. So let's see. LJ said, can you get the records for 110 Ben Hill? There are 2 tanks, one down the road. Is that what those blue things are? Tanks?
Those blue things are covers to any kind of well system, a water system, a waste system. They're covers because a lot of those things require pumps in this area. I mean, a lot of people have to have wells, but it's the wells. It's not like what you see on TV. The cartoons and all, where you lower a bucket down in this big old hole. I mean, the wells around here are probably 5 inches in diameter, and they drill them and put a pump down there, and then it pumps the water up. So, that's a big misconception too. You can't really dump anything in a well. I mean, it's impossible.
Yeah, my grandma has a well. She lives in Louisiana, and there's a cover on it and then a metal hand pump, but it's not just like a big open void that goes way down into the earth. That's not what it looks like in real life, I don't think, from the one I've seen.
Yes.
But let's see. Yeah, somebody said that I want to find it. Let's see. I'm a general contractor. This happens all the time. They hire felons and pay them in cash.
There you go. He said it. I didn't have to. So there you go.
Under the table kind of thing.
That's the truth. And right now, he can probably attest to what I'm about to say. If he's a general contractor, I'm sure he's called people and asked for help, and they said, if I'm going to help, you're going to have to pay me under the table because I'm drawing more money right now sitting at home. So,
yeah. Oh God, my dogs are gonna start barking. You better not. No, Ash. Oh, here we go. Let me see. Oh, Enchanted Life Pass said, I think they 100% will uncover rings in this case as this case goes on. Let me mute. They're barking at thunder.
Yeah, it's going. We're going to start getting some of it too.
Where is the mute button?
Everybody keeps asking about the rings going on in Tennessee. There's three major interstates that run through Tennessee. That's 40, 81, and 65. And either one of those interstates will get you out of Tennessee, but you have to use those to get to where you're going. I mean, those are three major interstates here. And a lot of times people use them for bad things, I guess. But that reminds me of one thing. When people are looking at the maps on, they pull up where the maps are, for Rogersville and everything. There's a misconception about one. It's a 81. 81 is a highway and an interstate. So be careful when you're looking at that. One, Highway 81 is what we're talking about here, not Interstate 81 when you're talking about paths back and forth to the Wells property.
That must be why there's so many missing kids in Tennessee.
That's probably one reason.
That's no good. All right, let's see. There was another question. I have to find it because it was a good one and it was for you.
Okay.
Somebody was talking about asking your opinion. Okay. Is it true that the locals are ready to take matters into their own hands?
Yeah, there's a
Hold on,
lot
let me-
of them. Yeah, they are. And that's what nobody wants. I mean, it's like I said a little while ago. Humans, we're the most impatient as creature made. So we just have to keep doing what we're doing. We have to keep searching. We got to find this little girl, and we got to let the cops do their job. And they know what they're doing. But like I said, people get impatient, and the more he talks, the worse it gets. Because I'm not the only one in this area that listens to you, watches YouTube. There's more people around here does than you know, and he's not helping himself.
Sorry, every time you stop talking, I mute because these daggone dogs. But you're right. He's not helping himself. He's going out there and he's making it apparent that the only thing that's important to him is how the public perceives him. And that just makes him look worse and worse and worse. And like I was telling you earlier, Don is finding out very publicly that he is not as smart as he thinks he is. And it's hurting him. It's a big blow to his ego, and it's not a fun feeling. And he's out there doing damage control constantly, trying to save his image. And it's not working.
No, and I'll see him at least once a week. I mean, I don't speak to him. I don't say hi. I don't throw my hand up, but there's a store in the area close by that a lot of people stop at, and he goes in and out of there, getting gas, whatever, and you see him. I mean, And people, I said, people, he needs to go to the news. He needs to do something besides what he's doing, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, just like you said earlier, if it was one of our kids, there is no way you would be able to stop me. Try and
Oh,
stop
no.
me. It
No.
wouldn't work.
No, I would be. No, I wouldn't take no for. I mean, I would be on this. And it's like this, Hey, if Don and Candace gave me permission, I would be over there with bells on. We would cover their property. Like I said, we will go anywhere that anybody will let us. I mean, I'll even do this. Don, if you hear this, go to my channel. You'll see my email address there. Email me. I will take you with me. I will take you with me, and we will search for your daughter. We will look anywhere you want to go. I will take you with us. This is. I told somebody this the other day. You can let things get to you emotionally and physically, and it starts to overwhelm you. And then sometimes you got to step back and take time for yourself. Heal yourself, because things like this can get to you, and it just takes you over. And that's about where I'm at with it. I mean, this little girl is the heart of everybody now. I mean, she is so precious, and we need to find this little girl.
I don't know if I stopped hearing you or you stopped talking.
I stopped talking. I get a tear in my eye when
Okay, now I can't hear you no more.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, or am I off?
All right, if you can hear me, then I'll just ask you the next question.
Okay,
But I can't hear you, sadly. Let me see. These dogs are the worst.
I'll be glad to help.
Does anybody in chat have any questions that he can read and address while I try to figure out why in the world I can't hear him?
Just write any questions down. I'll try to answer them for you.
Somebody in chat just said Duty Ron and Dave Rader's gonna be going to Tennessee. What?
I'll get in touch with them. I'll be glad to get in touch with them.
Emre said that. I heard Duty Ron and Dave Rader from EquiSearch are going to Tennessee next week.
Okay, Kids with Forge. I haven't heard of any sponsor or anything. TBI doesn't need to blame social media. They need to blame the people that are doing the social media. I mean, social media is out here, period. It's not going anywhere. They need to stop who's doing and saying what they are doing on it, if that makes any sense at all.
Chase, did you, well, not Chase, Chasing, did you want to come back up since you're still here and maybe do some questions since I can't even hear?
If I can find out who owns that vacant house across from them and get permission, I'll gladly search it. Like I said, we'll go anywhere. Not sure about the old mail place. I've not heard that one. There's a lot of places we searched around the area of Ben Hill Road. I can't really say a whole lot there.
I know a good question.
Okay.
Remember you said that there was a rumor going around that you're part of Predator Hunter Nation. Do you want to address that?
Yeah, Mama always told me that there'd be days like this. So I was, because of the way I sound, I guess, I've been told that I'm part of them and this, that, and the other. I don't even know who those guys are. I know as much about them as everyone else does, and that's not a lot.
Yeah, so just clearing that up right there. So we did, well, me and someone else, we did email Chris McDonough just because in his live last night, it did sound like he wasn't aware of the time that Dawn was gone. And I don't know how much TBI and the law enforcement shares with him. But we did email him and trying to get it to where he can talk to some of the people that would know factual.
Okay, now I lost you. I can't hear you.
How freaking convenient. Damn it. Okay, maybe she'll talk about it when she comes back up.
I have no idea what happened. But so for anybody who did,
Okay, you're gone again. I can't hear you. Think she may have lost power, maybe.
I have no idea why it keeps kicking me out of my own freaking stream. Oh my gosh. Anyway, so again, yesterday, we emailed Chris McDonough. So hopefully he reads the email and reaches out to the people who would be able to say factually, or whatever. Can you guys hear me? My little thingy's not moving.
I can hear you.
This is nuts. Okay, I am definitely gonna go with StreamYard or something else because Restream is not working out for me. I'm gonna have to see other people. So my timeline is Dawn woke up around 6:30 or 7. He left, got to work probably. You say somebody seen him there around 8:30. I'm gonna say he probably got there because I hear that they're supposed to be there by 7:30. So maybe he was a little late, maybe he wasn't. I don't know, but he was there. And then at 3:30, he left for 35 minutes, came back, left again at 5:30 whenever people seen him taking a call from Candace. But he stayed in the Jonesboro area for 53 minutes until he called police at 6:23. When he called police at 6:23, he then went home. And maybe he was en route home, but the point is 53 minutes later after you get the 5:30 call, you were still in Jonesboro. So
Yeah, it doesn't take
then
53 minutes.
I guess the search starts at 7:03. I'm not sure what time he actually pulls up to his own house. So that's my timeline. I'm going to just pass it over to you and let you have a chance to say what you think happened, your theory, and then my dogs are really getting on my nerves, and so then we're gonna end it after that. So go ahead, I'm gonna pass the mic and you can let everybody know what your theory is with the times that are true to you and in your perception of things.
Okay. Like I said, all we can do is go off what they say and what we actually know, and we really don't know that much because it keeps changing. I mean, he said one time he got up about 6 o'clock, but then he said he got up at 3 o'clock to help a four-wheeler or something that was down the road there. So, right there, you don't know what times are correct there, but like you said, we do know he was seen there at 8:30. And from there, it's just all we can do is go off what they say. She's saying she left Summer alone for 2 minutes. And then she was just gone. I just don't see how that happened. I mean, is it impossible? No, it's not impossible. But I just don't see how a child disappears from your house, that fast. It doesn't make sense to me. As far as the 50 some minutes to get from Jonesboro back, you can, that trip, it's no more. I mean, some people's made it in 25 minutes. Others have made it in 35 minutes. I mean, it's not going to take you an hour to get from Jonesboro to that Ben Hill address. There's no way. I mean, I've driven it. A lot of people's driven it. There's no way it takes that long. So, and even if you're still in Jonesboro from where it would show you in Sullivan County or whatever, as far as the phone line go, that's a 10-minute drive. So I don't see why you would stay in that area 53 minutes or an hour or whatever. But like I say, there's a lot we don't know, but there's a lot we'll find out shortly. And, I just, if we could just find her, it would end it all. I mean, then everything would be answered. And like I said, we're the most impatient humans are the most impatient creatures around, but we just got to keep praying. We got to keep doing what we're doing. Keep the focus on this little girl. If anybody has anything, please send it to me. I'll go look. I'll get us permission. I'll do whatever. Pray about these flyers in the grocery stores. I mean, you're talking 25,000 at least a week going out. I mean, that would be incredible. And, it's up to us. It's up to us as humans. It's up to us as citizens. We got to do our part. And if that was my child out there, I would want somebody helping me. And like I said, I will be more than happy. Don, if you want to go with us, whatever, I don't care. I don't care. All I want to do is help you find your daughter and get her home where she belongs. And she wants to come home. It just gets to me. I'm sorry, but I know it gets to everybody. But you've got a scared little girl out there, and and there's millions of people loves this little girl, and we gotta find her, no matter what.
Okay.
So that's basically all I've got. If I can help with any more, please let me know.
All right. So my dogs are outside. So hopefully that helps. I did find some interesting from Dawn's work to where the milk video was taken was, I believe it was like 26 minutes. So there's that. I'm just going to put that out there, let people make what they will of it.
Yeah, like I say, there's a whole lot going on around, on social media. People
so I wanted to say thank you for coming on, and I'm sorry it was so difficult to get everything going and with the sound and all that and the dogs. But everybody go and have a look and subscribe to his YouTube page because he puts out good information and a good look of the area. And he's doing God's work. He's doing everything in his power and then some to find Summer. So we're all here to support you. And I thank you again. If you want to say anything else before we go, and then we'll just hop off here and I'll probably talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, I just say, everybody just keep doing your part. No matter what you do, whether it's a prayer, no matter what, if you tell one person a day, and 100 people tells one person a day, then there's 100 more, and then they tell somebody, and they tell somebody. Tiffany Marie, go to her channel. She's got flyers that you can print. I mean, guys, this is so easy. Just take 5 minutes. 5 minutes. That's all it takes. Do one little thing, and that one little thing could be everything. And keep praying. But like I said, I will be more than glad to search anywhere. So if anybody has any ideas, please get my email. It's the word 4 and then the numbers 23chase@yahoo. Just send me an email. If you have any ideas, whatever. I don't care. I will do whatever it takes. And there's a lot of other people out here just like me. So don't think I'm the only one. I mean, there's a lot of people hunting for this little girl, and we will find her. Somebody will find her. Thank you all. I love all of you. I mean, even if you think I'm part of Predator Hunter Nation or whatever, I still love you.
Yes.
You know, just keep praying, guys.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on, and I will be on tomorrow. Probably not live, just a regular video. I have some emails I need to read from viewers since they keep turning comments off. So I'll be doing that. All right, guys. I will see you guys later, and good night.
Thank you.
Okay, so this would be the one where she is talking about AB. I literally watched 30 seconds of this, and I didn't watch the one after that at all. So we got about an hour and a half left. So that should take us into about 10:30. At that point, I'm going to get off. And then I'm going to come back probably about midnight, and I'll cover Tim Mullen and Benny. Please know that I'm in and out of chat. That my husband's home with the kids. He's watching them. They're all upstairs in the other room, in the kitchen, running around the house, but they're not in here. But I am, however, still here babysitting, so I'm running back and forth. I don't want them to come in here and hear all this. They're not allowed in my room today. So just continue to listen. If I step away and you guys don't see or hear me, I apologize. All right, hold on.
Talk about Summer Wells?
Yes, it did. So I had a thought.
Okay, so
He was just put outside, Diamond Eyes. He's going to come back in and go in the kitchen now because it's still 79 degrees. It's too hot out there for him. He's a husky. He hates it. But he's not driving me crazy today. Thank goodness. All right, hold on. At least not yet, huh? Knock on wood.
Oh, the other day, whenever I was on AB, it hit me for a second that I was saying something that not everybody has heard before. And the people that I talk to who are close to, well, just the people that I talk to who are in the area, I mainly only talk to them. So I still watch YouTube and I still listen to other people's opinions and stuff like that. But the things that some of these people have told me, I guess, is a little bit more than what apparently people know. And I guess I just didn't think about that being the case. I really didn't even, whenever I said this on AB, I didn't even think about that nobody knew at the about the whole from 3 to 3:30 or around 3 or 3:30 that Dawn was gone for 35 minutes. I didn't think about nobody else having known that. And whenever he said that it was new information, I immediately thought, oh my God, did I just say something I wasn't supposed to say? And I was scared for a minute. But this is something that I addressed in my timeline on my first live that I did. And I mean, I don't blame anybody for not hearing it because it was the first live. There was like 2 subscribers to the channel, and it was a mess anyway. The first 15 minutes I was on mute talking to myself. And so I wouldn't expect anybody to have even sat through that entire, I think it was like 2-hour live where I was going through the timeline. But it was, so being on AB the other night, it hit me that I said something that nobody else was aware of yet. And it did scare me. And then after I was on AB's call-in, I texted one of the people who I talked to and confirmed. Like I was so scared, and I was afraid that I said something I wasn't supposed to, even though I had previously done this on my live. But his reaction was, it just made me think like, wait a minute, nobody else knows this. So but I messaged one of the people that I talked to, and luckily they were listening and said that I did great on AB. But then I said I was trying to be careful. When he was surprised at the 35 minutes he was gone during the day, I was like, shit, AB didn't know that. And then I said it the other day too in my timeline, and no one there was surprised. So I just assumed people knew. And they said, it's okay, TBI knows about the time he was gone. So, that was a huge relief. I mean, everything that I know and everything the people I talk to knows, TBI knows. So it's not like I have any information that TBI isn't aware of. TBI and the local law enforcement, they know so much more than I know or the people I talk to know, right? So just wanted to address this freak out because it did scare me, even though I did talk about it already. So I woke up this morning and I saw this on Dawn B's page, and actually Dawn B knew about the 3:30 35 minutes he was gone because I told him the other day, we were talking on the phone, and I told him about the live that I did, and I went over it. So, he knew for a couple of days too. Whenever we were talking on the phone, he didn't sound surprised. He didn't act like, wait, hold on, I didn't know that. How did you hear that? He didn't say that. Like, whenever I was talking to him about the 3:30, 35 minutes, he didn't even stop me and say, wait, where did you hear that? It was like he already knew too. So I just assumed that everybody knew. But, now it's turning out to be this big thing that nobody knew that until I said it on AB, but that's not true. I did say this the other day in the live where I was talking about the timeline. And again, I wouldn't have expected anybody to heard it. So whatever. It's fine. So let's just go back and listen to what I said on AB. And there was a part where I said something that sounded like it was kind of confusing. So I wanted to clarify that.
Did you want to talk about Summer Wells?
yes, it did. So I had a thought. The thing, okay, so there has been confirmation from the co-workers of Dawn that around 3 or 3:30, he left work for 35 minutes and went, I don't know where. And then
3 or 3:30 he left. So hold on. Thank you very much for the information. So you're telling me there's allegations of the co-workers, confirmation from the co-workers that sometime at 3:30, Dawn went somewhere.
3:30 to 3 to 3:30. They said that he left for about 35 minutes.
Just in time to get home and back. Or just in time to get home, maybe?
I don't know, but I do have the pinpoint where Candace took the milk video.
Okay, so right here I was that's whenever I knew he wasn't already aware of this. I assumed he would have I assumed he knew. So right here we're going to talk about the Lone Star Road and Merle Road on the left in the video, the milk jug video. So true.
Talk about Summer Wells?
Yes, it did. So I had a thought.
Okay, so the other day, whenever I was on AB, it hit me for a second that I was saying something that not everybody has heard before. And the people that I talk to who are close to, well, just the people that I talk to who are in the area, I mainly only talk to them. So I still watch YouTube and I still listen to other people's opinions and stuff like that. But the things that some of these people have told me, I guess, is a little bit more than what apparently people know. And I guess I just didn't think about that being the case. I really didn't even, whenever I said this on AB, I didn't even think about that nobody knew at the about the whole from 3 to 3:30 or around 3 or 3:30 that Dawn was gone for 35 minutes. I didn't think about nobody else having known that. And whenever he said that it was new information, I immediately thought, oh my God, did I just say something I wasn't supposed to say? And I was scared for a minute. But this is something that I addressed in my timeline on my first live that I did. And I mean, I don't blame anybody for not hearing it because it was the first live. There was like 2 subscribers to the channel and it was a mess anyway. The first 15 minutes I was on mute talking to myself. And so I wouldn't expect anybody to have even sat through that entire, I think it was like 2-hour live where I was going through the timeline. But it was, so being on AB the other night, it hit me that I said something that nobody else was aware of yet. And it did scare me. And then after I was on AB's call-in, I texted one of the people who I talked to and confirmed. Like I was so scared and I was afraid that I said something I wasn't supposed to, even though I had previously done this on my live. but his reaction was, it just made me think like, wait a minute, nobody else knows this. So but I messaged one of the people that I talked to, and luckily they were listening and said that I did great on AB. But then I said I was trying to be careful. When he was surprised at the 35 minutes he was gone during the day, I was like, shit, AB didn't know that. And then I said it the other day too in my timeline, and no one there was surprised. So I just assumed people knew. And they said, it's okay, TBI knows about the time he was gone. So, whew, that was a huge relief. I mean, everything that I know and everything the people I talk to knows, TBI knows. So it's not like I have any information that TBI isn't aware of. TBI and the local law enforcement, they know so much more than I know or the people I talk to know, right? So just wanted to address this freak out because it did scare me, even though I did talk about it already. So I woke up this morning and I saw this on Dawn B's page, and actually Dawn B knew about the 3:30 35 minutes he was gone, because I told him the other day, we were talking on the phone, and I told him about the live that I did, and I went over it. So, he knew for a couple of days too. Whenever we were talking on the phone, he didn't sound surprised. He didn't act like, wait, hold on, I didn't know that. How did you hear that? He didn't say that. Like, whenever I was talking to him about the 3:30, 35 minutes, he didn't even stop me and say, wait, where did you hear that? It was like he already knew too. So I just assumed that everybody knew. But now it's turning out to be this big thing that nobody knew that until I said it on AB, but that's not true. I did say this the other day in the live where I was talking about the timeline, and again, I wouldn't have expected anybody to heard it, so whatever. It's fine. So let's just go back and listen to what I said on AB. And there was a part where I said something that sounded like it was kind of confusing, so I wanted to clarify that.
Did you want to talk about Summer Wells?
Yes, it did. So I had a thought. The thing, okay, so there has been confirmation from the co-workers of Dawn's that around 3 or 3:30, he left work for 35 minutes and went, I don't know where. And then
3 or 3:30 he left. So hold on. Thank you very much for the information. So you're telling me there's allegations of the co-workers, confirmation from the co-workers that sometime at 3:30, Dawn went somewhere.
3:30 to 3 to 3:30. They said that he left for about 35 minutes.
Just in time to get home and back. Or just in time to get home, maybe?
I don't know, but I do have the pinpoint where Candace took the milk video.
Okay, so right here I was that's whenever I knew he wasn't already aware of this. I just assumed he would have I assumed he knew. So right here we're going to talk about the Lone Star Road and Merle Road on the left in the video, the milk jug video. So True Crime Rocket Science, he did do a I know that I believe I heard him say that he had somebody out there too who was driving it for him to figure out where the location was or something like that, and he did make a video on it. I forgot he did that, but the people that that are out there that I speak to also pinpointed that area and said this is where they passed. And so, you know, that's confirmation of two different places or from two different people about the same place. So that's good. That's good that he had somebody find that place, and then I was able to pinpoint that area through some of the people who are out there. And then the 309, of course, came from the timestamp. So, all right, let's continue.
Was at Lone Star and Merle Road, with Merle Road to the left, and that was at 309.
Yeah, because of that,
So
that little
that
cross
would
corner.
put
Yep.
Candace and Dawn in motion in the 3 o'clock hour at the same time, around the same time.
That's big.
And then what also bothers me is that Candace called Dawn at 5:30.
Okay, so here's where I start to, I think, get nervous and jumble up stuff. I think we're gonna hear it, but I think the way I say it makes it sound like he didn't come back to work until 5:30. But what happened is he left work around 3 or 3:30. He was gone for 35 minutes. And whenever I say he was gone for 35 minutes, that means he returned after those 35 minutes. He returned to work after those 35 minutes. And then I guess finishes his job or whatever he returned to work and did. I didn't ask anybody about what he did when he came back. I mean, the next important thing here is that he got a phone call that people seen him take a phone call at 5:30, and TBI already knows this. This has already been given and everything. Everybody knows this. That he got the phone call at 5:30 and then he left.
And then he didn't call police until 6:23. But he called from the Jonesboro area because he had to be put through to Hawkins County. So from 5:30 to 6:23.
So I also want to say here, because I didn't mention it in this phone call, and I'm not sure if I mentioned it in the live that I did either, is that, you know, this makes Candace a liar too, because remember, she said that she got off the phone with Dawn, threw her phone in the back of the truck, ran over to her mom's and got got her phone and then called police. But that's not true. That's not true. I know it is not true. She did not hang up the phone with Dawn and run over and call the police. It did not happen like that. It didn't.
That's 53 minutes. And he was still in Jonesboro. So.
But they could have still be. He was back, so he's back at work at 5:30.
I'm sorry, say again?
So he was back at work in the Jonesboro area at around 5:30. If they had to make that.
Yeah, so his coworkers also confirmed that he did get a phone call and he did leave at 5:30. So at 3:30, he left for about 35 minutes, and then he went back to work they saw him get the phone call, and then he left.
So at 3:30 around, so 309, that 309 tape puts her at that intersection near her house. I know where that is. I should put that. I know where you're talking. Please go check out, everybody, True Crime Rocket Science and the retracing of the steps that day. He has a fantastic little clip on that. Nonetheless, so that's great information. Thank you very much. So I didn't know that before. So 3:30. So if he left for half an hour, he could have potentially met Candace en route. So there's a real strong chance that there could have been an exchange, possibly.
I'm going to send you, right now, I'm going to send you a not a Facebook, a YouTube video I made with my timeline on it.
Okay.
And I'll send it to you on Facebook right now, and then you can just look at it later. You don't have to look at it right now, but
Okay, I'll look at it after the show.
point, basically.
And now that you got my interest, piqued my interest, can I play it tomorrow after I watch it?
Sure, if you feel so inclined.
Okay. Now, listen. Where did you hear this stuff? Where did this confirmation come in from?
I can't say.
Okay.
And that's true. I cannot say where. I can't.
But how reliable is it?
Very reliable.
And that's also true. It is very reliable.
Well, we'll take it as that. That's good enough for me. Not that I'm looking to hang anybody right now, but I'm saying that's interesting. If that's very
I'm gonna
interesting
send you a
because
message right now on Facebook.
if he that puts him out, we got to figure that out. That's new information. Now, how long ago did you learn of this?
Maybe 2 weeks.
Yeah. Well, is there anything else, caller?
No. I just sent you a message on Facebook, so you can at least know who I am. I prefer you not share it, though.
Okay. I won't share it. Let me see right there. I see you. Do you see me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, caller. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the information, okay?
All right, thanks.
Bye-bye. Well, if that's true, we're going to answer this one.
It's kind of, All right, so here I jumped to the live that I did. What Big Eyes was a guest on this live, my very first live. And again, I don't expect anybody would have watched this. It was the very first one I did, and it was a mess. But it was also really long because I was going through all of the notes that I had from my phone, and then I was going through everything that I had wrote down in my book and combining the two. And the purpose of this live was to take all my notes and put them together in one place where I could go back and listen to it. And I'll probably do it again just because this live was just goodness. It was long, and I can definitely make it shorter. Irrelevant, because we know that we saw Summer in that video at 3:09. So Summer is in that video, and according to people from the area, are you from the area? I don't know if you were. I'm sorry. No, you don't have to answer that.
Well, no, I don't mind saying I'm in Texas. I'm not from that area.
Okay. So, okay, I'm gonna pause right here, and I'll come back and keep recording. But I have to get ready to go somewhere. So, I guess it won't seem like anything but a cut for you guys. But yeah. Let's see. Let me part where I have notes about the trip home. Okay, so Allie says they leave
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit.
takes 12 minutes to get there. Right? I
Mhm.
Googled it, I mapped it out. It's there. It says 12 minutes. But so if she left Allie's at 2:30 and that video is taken at 3:09 and Candace says she did not stop anywhere else. So why did it take so long to get to that point?
So again, from Allie's house to where that video was taken, Google Maps has it at only taking 12 minutes. So if she left at 2:30 and she's at that point at 3:09, it took her 39 minutes to get there. And it should have only taken 12. So
Allie's do
Right.
That's Merle Road to the left.
Is or when
Yeah.
they're occur. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so some there's people who are local out there that pinpointed that part and confirmed it. So so at 3:09 they were at Lone Star and Merle Road. And you know, it just took double the amount of time for her to get to that point. So you have to have stopped somewhere else. Or Allison is truthful in saying they did stop and talk for a little bit. And I don't know.
Yeah.
But 12 minutes, that's a 12-minute trip. And then from that intersection, Lone Star and Merle to Ben Hill is only like, I think it was 7 or 8 minutes, something like that.
Yeah.
So from the Milk video location to Ben Hill would be, would put her home at about, just say like 3:20. Okay, so 3:20. I'm gonna grab the link from YouTube on my phone and put it in the
So obviously I didn't have that whole live. That's just what I had in a folder. I didn't even know what it was. I'll look to see if I have the rest of it somewhere. I may not. Okay, so this one I listened to probably a few minutes of it, and she's introducing Scott H. All right, hold on.
the chat just a sec. And then once we get somebody in there, then we'll start going in the chat. Just okay. Share, copy link. There we go. All right. So I just shared the link on a different server, and then I'll share it in that one. Okay. All right. Thank you for coming on and giving us insight on the area. This is Scott. You may have heard him on Web Sleuths, and Tiffany Marie had him as a guest, and Jules of Thought. I have watched her channel. I actually, who sent us over there? I think AB sent us over there one time. That's how I learned about her. But so you live in the area, and on other shows, you've given a little bit of insight to how things work over there and stuff like that. And I guess probably the big question I have right now is, I guess two of them. I have one question of, Dawn mentioned that there isn't a lot of businesses over there that want you to hang missing kid posters in their window. Why is that? Why do you think that is?
I actually don't know. I've heard that a lot as well from people. And I don't really know why. I've heard a couple of people say that they could, if they talk to the corporate office, but how many people are going to do that? I don't know if there's somehow a liability issue, or if, for instance, they hang one sign, then somebody else may want to hang a garage sale sign. So they just make a policy of no signs whatsoever, even though, it's an Amber Alert missing child. I guess they just have to, kind of set their guidelines and then follow it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would assume that there would at least be something, a missing child kind of takes precedence over missing dog or yard sale or, something like that. You would think there would be like posters at the park, on light posts, in the post office, on people's windshields on their car. And everything that I've heard is just the complete opposite. And I know somebody did share pictures that Candace and the boys and grandma was out in town doing flyers, but even still, even with the ones that they did, I think they were taken down. Like, what? I just don't feel like that there's any, and I'm not there, you are, so you can tell me, there's community support rallying behind Dawn and Candace. We see the people at the prayer vigils, and I notice they're not the neighbors, they're not family, they're not their church members. These people are from a different religion, even
Correct.
a
Yes.
theater, they're, I think it's called Lamplight Theater. But that's not even, they don't know them, and
Well,
what is
there's
the
a
local
theory
feeling?
that's floating. There's a theory that's floating, and I don't know. I've talked to a couple of people that were more involved in the Evelyn Boswell case, and now I don't know this to be true. This is just a theory that I've heard, and that could be plausible. Originally, when they arrested Megan, they got her on charges of making false statements or something. And then as the investigation continued, they were able to add charges. One theory that I've heard that, may be a possibility is there's not a big rush to go out and hang a bunch of flyers, because there's not a need to, because the investigative team, the TBI, the FBI, the Hawkins County Sheriff's Department, already have enough information to where it's not necessary to hang flyers. They already know what happened. And, maybe they're just crossing the T's and dotting the I's. And, that's what we can all hope for, is, to get a justice for Summer.
Yeah.
And, in a way that makes sense. If they already know, then why create a bunch of hubbub? And it's just like, making out earlier, a month ago, when I was on the other content creators, Tiffany Marie, Jules of Thought, and Web Sleuth. This was much earlier on. This was, 30 days in, and now we're, looking at 70 days. And, back then we were kind of looking at things a little bit differently. It wasn't real new, but it was still kind of new. But now, we're over the 2-month mark, and one would think that, that they've got the electronic data back, and they've verified, on foot. They've interviewed co-workers, bosses. I'm sure they interviewed everybody at the church, all the surrounding neighbors. There's probably, a timeline that's been set up. Some things apparently don't match up on that timeline.
Yeah, I was listening to that. What do you think? Okay, so you know how you felt and I guess the general consensus or the feeling was in the area. Would you say that it's changed any as far as like what everybody else in the area feels? Because everybody is, you guys are there, and there's probably, I would assume, like a dark cloud hanging over the area, and maybe even a hush, nobody's talking type of thing. Do
Well, I
you
know
think that that's changed?
there's more people getting interested in it, because I do know that there's people that, work, their coworkers, it'll come up in conversation at work, and then the coworker will become interested in it, and then just see, number one, just how captivating of a child, Summer is. And then you start getting all the different layers and all the different facets of this investigation that are just, so bizarre to so many people. And that's what I kind of did early on, was try to provide a perspective, because as I was watching YouTube and looking at the chats and the comment sections and the content creators, I would see, and it's not their fault. I appreciate every content creator out there. Whether you like them or not, I'm not here to bash any creator. I appreciate any of them putting information out if it helps find Summer. But I noticed that there's a lot of people that just, you could tell they just don't understand this area. They don't understand the geography. They don't understand a small town. Most people, the city that they live in, just the city has a higher population than the entire county of Hawkins County.
Yeah.
And what that means as far as, tax revenue, you have fewer people that are spending money shopping at the stores and going to the gas station and the grocery store to get tax revenue, which funds the county, like the sheriff's department, the fire department, the rescue squad, all the people that would be involved in the search for a child. So you have all these different things that a lot of people just don't understand. It's not like a huge city where your police force, might have 150 officers. We're nowhere close to that. Nowhere close to that. The number of cars, the police cars. You heard early on when EquiSearch was down, they were having problem with communications, and even at that time, the rescue squad was talking about how their equipment is old anyway. And then trying to, transmit. And then again, it's the geography. And I can pull up here. I've got on full screen here, and I just put easy directions in, because this is the area we're focusing on, Beech Creek Road to Ben Hill Road. And I'll pull that up and kind of show what we're dealing with, maybe, if we can do that.
Okay. You can also, there should be an option to make it like a satellite view. I know when you do the
Right.
satellite view, you can see all the terrain and how thick it is.
I was going to swap over that once I get my directions here. Okay, what we're looking at here, this is just basically, it's a state highway. It's either 347 or 2463 or Beech Creek Road. And all that's set up due to 911, when they came in with 911 and all that stuff, I believe, is when they changed it. So I'm going to go up here. I'm going to expand my map back out. And instead of Ben Hill Road, I'm going to do this. I'm going to change, and I'm doing this for a reason here, to show, hopefully a lot of people will understand the area a little bit more. So I'm going to go to Grassy Creek Road.
Okay, guys, sorry about that. My grandson fell asleep upstairs and he woke up and went up to his parents' room and seen that his parents weren't home and he's very upset and he needs a diaper change. So I'm still stepped away for a minute. I now can hear what's being said on the screen, but I didn't since I left. You hear him crying. I'll be back. I'm going to take him in the other room, change his diaper, and do the me things. I'll be back. I'm just going to let it play.
In Rogersville, Tennessee. And it's going to draw a map there. In the center right here, so you have Beech Creek Road coming up through here. There's the Mount Carmel Baptist Church, and up here's Doc's Mill, and Ben Hill Road is right around in here somewhere. This right here is the spine of a mountain. So you have a holler on this side and a holler on that side of the mountain. So even though from here to there, you have to go all the way around the mountain, 10 miles, to get around the mountain, instead of just going directly across the mountain.
Right.
Because it's not cost effective to blast through the mountain to connect the areas. But what that does in turn is you have a big mountain between cell phone signals.
Oh,
And right
okay,
here,
I see.
right here is another spine of a mountain.
Okay.
So that's what hollers are. Is hollers are when you run between two mountains, and like the two mountains would be running parallel to each other, and then they start merging in together. And they end up touching and the road ends. And you can see that if we go back to Ben Hill Road.
Thank you for explaining that. I honestly had absolutely no idea what a holler was or why they were called hollers. I kind of felt like that was like slang. I was like, I don't know what that is, but thank you.
Right. Okay, so here we turn off of Beech Creek Road down here. Here's Beech Creek Road. We're coming up and we make a right-hand turn onto Ben Hill Road. And then right up here, that is the Wells driveway. Now, if you look at Ben Hill Road, it comes down here and we'll blow it up here. Ben Hill Road ends. That's the end of a holler.
Okay, I have a question. Do you remember when Candace said that she drove as far down into the holler as she could go to look for Summer that day?
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think, if you can point out, how far do you think she drove either which way?
Let's see if I can put a pin there. I'm not real tech savvy, so.
Because I have seen when you go into the satellite view, you can see that, yes, the road ends, but there's still, it continues on. It continues deep. So even though the road says dead end, it's not a dead end for quite a ways. Very
correct.
far.
And that's what a lot of people don't understand about the country, Southern Appalachia, I'll say, because Western North Carolina is the same way, Southwest Virginia, Eastern Kentucky. It's all the same mountain range. So people live, and you heard, EquiSearch talking about their searches and stuff. This land isn't natural or national forest land. This is all private property. So somebody lives at the back of that holler.
Okay.
Most of the time, all along that road, if you stroll around on Google Maps, you're going to see places like Barrett Hollow, Light Hollow. Those are all the families that were down there that have been there for generations. So most of the family members live like Light Hollow Road. You have all the little branches off of Light Hollow Road, and that's where people have give their kids land and stuff. Well, each one of those roads dead ends, but you're correct when you say they keep going, because they're either tractor trails, four-wheeler trails, dirt bike trails, Jeep trails that go on back into the mountain. And I describe it as deep dark back in the holler. Sheds and buildings and shacks that only God could see is the way that I describe it, because, you know, like you said, we can go right here and we can do a satellite view, and you can start to see how dense that is.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, but how far do you
And you
think
have all that
a
canopy right
5-year-old
there.
would go? You know,
Huh?
she said she said she drove as deep into the holler as she could go, and it's like, why? If she hadn't been gone for very long, well, how far do you think she could get?
I'm figuring that right here is as far as she went. Now, like you said, the road continues on back into the mountain,
Yeah.
but I'm figuring she probably stopped right there. That's assuming that she drove down there. Allegedly, she did, but we don't have any evidence to back that.
Yeah, all we have is what they say, and what they say is other than reliable. So
If you look at, like right here, I'll pull it into the center, like right here, more than likely you can zoom in if it will let, but you can see there's a vehicle right there. There's vehicles. That's probably an old shack or a shed or something. But you can see how dense that is.
yeah.
But it just keeps going under through the trees. And some of those shacks are back there. You know, the teenage kids use them to go back there and smoke cigarettes and drink beer and get high and make meth. And some people sleep in them, and some people use them as hunting cabins, you know, when it's deer season. And really, to be honest, it doesn't really matter what season it is. If they want something to eat, they just shoot it. It's all private property, and you know, that's just kind of the way that it works down there. So at the end of all little roads, there are hundreds of sheds and shacks and makeshift shelters that are just littered throughout the mountain.
And because that's private property, do you think that they were thoroughly searched by either EquiSearch or any other search parties?
Now that I don't know. You know, I'll look at what Dave Rader says from EquiSearch and what Tim Coop was saying from the Churchill Rescue Squad. And they feel like that they searched the areas that they needed to search as well as they could be searched.
So
They felt
Post-it
pretty-
note 3 just said, Chris M. on Web Sleuth said 5 more women came forward saying Dawn essayed them. Well,
I just got a message from that before we went live.
Interesting, isn't it? Scott's very first live on Penny, and there she is, talking about Chris M.
that's
That was-
good that they've come forward, but that is so sad.
I'm going to swing over here just a little bit. We're going to go a little bit east here. And right here's where I was telling you about. Right here's Light Hollow Road.
Now,
I
Light.
went to-
Where have we heard that name Light before? I've heard
Mhm.
that name.
Yeah, we'll get to that. I don't know. It depends on how far you want to go tonight.
Maybe
we've got-
another
See,
30
this
minutes.
road dead ends right here. And then look at all this property right here. All those structures and sheds. There's probably a homestead there. That road right there comes down to a dead end. So there is probably, and those are just the maintained roads. Those roads, a lot of times, they will go into just like a tar and asphalt road, into a gravel road, straight into a dirt road where there's grass growing up between your tire tracks.
Post-it note has a
And-
question, said, on these searches, would they have had to get the owner's permission?
Yes, absolutely, or they'd be trespassing. But here's the thing about that. If there is a crime scene, and that's one thing that I've wondered, because when Chris McDonough from the interview room went up to Candace's home, I didn't see any crime scene tape. I didn't see any crime scene tape at the swimming hole down at Warriors Pass State Park. I haven't seen any crime scene tape taped off as a active crime scene. If it's an active crime scene, basically you no longer own your house because the police have a right to come in. I had a house burned down in another area down below Jonesboro where Don Wells was working. And of course, I was upset when I got the call at work that my house was on fire. And I rushed down there and they wouldn't let me, the fire department wouldn't let me in. And they were like, you can't go over there. And I was like, this is my house. And they was like, if your house is burning, it's the fire department's house until we put it out. Yeah, so yeah, a crime scene, if it's a crime scene, that's why all these jokers that are on there that were down at the volunteer racetrack picking up hair and zip ties and duct tape. First of all, that's contamination of a crime scene.
Why
Second
would
of
you
all,
pick it
they're not
up?
licensed- they're not licensed to investigate a crime scene. Third, you're just not going to pull up to your friendly corner forensics laboratory and have them start doing DNA tests. The TBI and the FBI are going to laugh at those guys. And if you've ever been to Volunteer Raceway on race night, there is dust flying, dirt flying, people dropping their soda cans, their soda cups, their cigarette butts. There's garbage all over the place. Anybody that's ever had a race car knows every toolbox in the world has a roll or two of duct tape in it and a bag or two of zip ties, because you hold up iron harnesses with it and all kinds of stuff. So the stuff and the kids that come with their parents that like to watch cars go fast, they drop their little toys and their Matchbox cars and stuff. I mean, that was just ridiculous.
You know, it would be different
I was
if that
like,
kind
are
of
they-
stuff was found at the Wells property, but it was in a high traffic area. Like, why would you assume that it's just
No, this
weird?
was the back of a parking lot of the raceway. It would be like where overflow parking would be, or the farthest parking spot. If you go to Walmart, and you can't find a close place, and you finally say, "The heck with it, I'm just going to park back here and walk. It'll be easier to get out when the race is over."
Yeah.
But I mean, that, to me, that's just, people taking advantage of the opportunity to make a dime off of the back of a beautiful, innocent little child.
Yeah.
And that's what that is to me.
And I feel like the self-interest goes so deep that they probably almost don't even want it to be solved, because then you will run out of things to talk about. Or maybe they'll just go on to the next, poor kid that something has happened to. I don't know. It's crazy to me, the people, the nut jobs that have come out of the woodworks on this case alone, but really it happens all the time.
It does. It's ridiculous. Here's an example. Let me show you here right quick, and then we'll get off of this subject if you want to go to another one. Here's Light Hollow Road. Here's Orville Light Road. Here's Grady Light Road. So you see how all that is? That's all family members that are living back in here. There's some property. You go on up, there's another driveway, there's some property. There's a guy all the way at the end of the holler right there. Come down here. There's some guys all the way down at the holler right here. Then you have this road that just dead ends into the holler. You move it up. You've got people right here, people right here, and all these people are related.
Yet back then, he didn't know any of them. This was before Squall's channel came out. There he is, telling you all about the lights before Squall gets a chance to, right? He didn't know them. How many have we found out he's known since then?
So would it be common for, like you said, all of those people are related, and it seems like with every holler there's different families. Is it common that they intermingle and like visit with each other, or do they all kind of stay to themselves?
Well, they intermingle to an extent. I'm pulling back a little bit now, and you can see all the ridges. All those are ridges there. And every time you see two mountains run together like that, there's a holler. And then there's a holler. That's why you have to drive around the mountain to get to the other side of it. So if you're trying to call somebody from here, you've got all this interference in the way. And that whole entire area is mountainous and dense like that. Now, here's the demographics of Beech Creek for the most part. I showed you right there Light Hollow.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm not going to do it on here because it'll take up, way too much time, for me to zoom into each little holler. But right here, there you've got Grassy Creek Road. On the other side of the mountain, you've got Beech Creek Road. Then you got Blair's Gap that comes across north to south that way. Then you've got Light Hollow over there. Up to the north, you have right here's Barrett Hollow. Now what happens is, and I'm not meaning this in a demeaning way, and I'm not passing judgment on people, but there are people down there that have children at 13, 14 years old, 15 years old. They're having babies and they don't even have their driver's license yet.
Makes you wonder
let's
if
say
some of
you
these
have this
people are
family right
even
here.
have a birth certificate.
Yeah, I mean, there's people that know their great-great-grandparents because the generations are like 15 years apart. So you have the baby that's 1 day old, the mom that's 15 years old, the grandmother that's 30 years old, the great-grandmother that's 45 years old, the great-great-grandmother that's 60 years old, the great-great-grandmother is 75 years old.
That's wild.
So if you look here, and even if it were 20 years, so if you look here at Barrett Hollow, now remember these people don't drive. They're not old enough to have a car yet. So they're getting around on motorbikes or bicycles or walking. Let's say a little boy here in Barrett Hollow gets the sweets for a little girl over here in Light Hollow. So he rides his bike over there, and then somewhere in these mountains right here, they find one of them little shacks and they want to go do what teenagers do. And then they end up pregnant. Well,
Okay, I
now,
have a question. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but I do have a question because you said some of these kids are pregnant by 13. And I would have to assume that most of the people who are impregnating these children are not always necessarily same age group children. So
well, I don't know that. I'm sure that you could probably allege that and be correct.
okay.
But so you have a little boy over here in Barrett Hollow at this house. And let's say this house has 5 boys. The Wells, they had 3 boys and a little girl. So one of the boys goes over here and he gets the sweets for a girl in Light Holler. Another boy goes down here and gets the sweets for somebody in Grassy Creek. Another one goes up here and gets one on Blair's Gap. So now, when everybody has their babies, you've got people that are kin from Light Holler, Barrett Holler, Blair's Gap, and Beach Creek that have all got grandma and grandpa over here. So now you have people, sons and daughters and grandkids and cousins that are in every one of these hollers all around, because they're just small little hollers where families have grown up and they've been there for generations, and they're so spread out. I was given an example. I live in Kingsport. Kingsport is 50 square miles. We have a population of 56,000 people, 53,000 people. Hawkins County is 500 square miles and has a population of 56,000, 3,000 more in the entire county. So these people are spread out. And you can see, like on Chris McDonough's videos, when he's driving down through there, it's just fields and fields and fields and mountains and mountains and mountains. So what happens is you end up with first, second, third cousins, aunts, uncles, moms, dads, grandmothers, grandfathers, great-grandmothers, great-grandfathers. And then they decide they're going to all start breaking up and start dating each other's exes. And then you have more kids. And now everybody has in-laws and kids and cousins all over the whole entire place. And what does family do? Family covers for family. Look at what Don Sr. did for his son. When Jeannie stood up, what happened?
They brushed it
The
under
threat
the
of
rug.
divorce, getting kicked out with no place to live, and just swept it right under the rug. Now, like I said, I went to high school with these people, and I used to run around down there myself, in my younger days, and I know how it works. It was that way when my dad's 78 years old. It was that way when he was a kid. I'm 51. It was that way when I was a kid. When I was on Tiffany Marie's channel, I'm not going to say her name, but another young lady came up on the panel, and she said that within the first 2 minutes that I reminded her of her dad. And then I said my age, that I was 51. And she was like, well, he's practically my dad's age. So there's a girl, let's say, I don't know how old the young lady was. Let's say she was 25. And she is saying the exact same thing that I'm saying. So we have my dad at 78, me at 51, and her at 25. That's a long period of time with a whole lot of different eyes of people that aren't related to each other, looking at the same area and coming up with the exact same conclusions. Because as I said, if you zoom on out beyond Beech Creek, you have little towns like Rogersville, Churchill, Allendale, Netherland Inn, West Kingsport. You have all the little towns outside of that. And then you have little towns on outside beyond that. So that's just kind of how it is around here. You know, we don't have a big city until Knoxville. And I think Knoxville, I looked, has 186,000 people in it. And Kingsport, like I said, you know, had 53,000, I think. The only reason Bristol is so big is because half of Bristol is in Tennessee and half of Bristol is in Virginia. So all of the areas around here are very small. And, you know, the little town that I live in, I'm not going to tell you which one it is, our population is 4,500. So we're 300 people smaller than what Rogersville is.
My headphones died, so I'm going to be talking through the computer.
Oh, okay. I can.
But it was so funny because as soon as my dogs heard your voice, oh man,
Right.
they freaked out. They were sleeping, and then they heard a stranger's voice, and oh man, scared me. So I guess next time,
You know, I get a lot of, here's some other questions that I get, maybe we'll answer some questions, is people ask me about law enforcement. How do I feel about law enforcement? Well, I kind of showed you how the areas work. So let's say the people get up to the age of 16 or 17 and they get a driver's license. Well, now they can come out of the holler and go to Rogersville and Mount Carmel and Churchill and Allendale and Netherland Inn, to all the surrounding little towns. And then they start marrying and having families and things like that. Well, as you can look at the maps here, there's not a whole lot of stuff in Hawkins County, Tennessee. I mean, including people, there's 500 square miles and, you know, a little over 55,000 people. So even going outside of these hollers into the bigger little towns, you still kind of have that same dynamic of people marrying and having children. Now the people in the towns have got kinfolk back in the hollers. So does the brother-in-law arrest the first cousin and have an awesome Thanksgiving and make his nephews and nieces mad? Does a brother arrest a brother? You know, I don't know. I would like to think that the Hawkins County Police Department, because I know the majority of Northeast Tennessee are filled with people with a lot of integrity, and, you know, that they go by the, you know, our word is our trust, you know, kind of thing. And so I would like to think, you know, that the majority of the people that were searching, you know, on the rescue squad and the fire department and the sheriff's department are good people. But then there was an article, you know, 2 or 3 weeks ago where a constable was arrested because as he was conducting traffic stops, he was keeping the drugs that he would confiscate off the people at the traffic stops.
yeah, I saw that. I saw an article about that. That's interesting.
But then he was doing a good thing because he was training drug sniffing dogs with the drugs that he confiscated. So he broke the law to do a good thing. And then apparently there were people that had a little bit better of a moral compass, caught on to what he was doing and arrested him. So that shows that there's good people down there. But I guess everybody, it's good is on a relative scale. What I consider good, you may not consider good. It's like being happy.
Right.
I can say, are you happy? And you say, yeah. And you ask me if I'm happy and I say, yeah, but are we really the same degree of happiness? So if you look at, how trustworthy is one versus the other, or this family versus that family.
Yeah.
And those are things, that I think need to be taken into account. We're talking about a 5-year-old baby girl that just vanished. Quote, got
And nobody's talking.
no crime scene roped off, nowhere, no crime tape, nothing. Now, the sheriff does say everything is on the table, but he also hasn't ruled anybody out. So that means, we have the due process in the United States. You're innocent until proven guilty. But we don't even have so much as a crime scene. So that makes me wonder, are we waiting on electronic records? Is that how we're going to solve this case? Have they already found Summer and scooped her up somewhere, and she's in state custody right now, clean and with a good full belly from a normal home cooked meal,
That would be
sleeping in a clean bed on a soft mattress? Could that be the case? We
Oh,
don't
man.
know.
Yeah.
I like to lean that way, or in some sort of way, because a lot of people ask my theory because I'm from the area. Well, I know it's on day 70, and I know what the statistics are,
Yeah.
but no one has shown me any evidence to show me otherwise that she's not alive. Just like the people that think that she's passed on, they're doing the same thing that I am. They're just thinking about it in a different way because they don't have any evidence to support their theory.
Right. There's no proof of life, no proof of death. So
And I think we all need to, as a community, we need to accept that everybody should be able to have a theory and be able to talk about it openly because, child trafficking is a problem in Northeast Tennessee. Drug addiction, mental health issues, homelessness, poverty. We got a lot of stuff going on, when you get into the other things, domestic violence, sexual abuse. All that stuff happens and it's very, very ugly. And it hits tender spots with a lot of people. But that's the stuff that needs to be talked about openly by adults, not by people that are chronologically over the age of 18, but act like they're 12. When you're 18, they'll give you a gun and you go shoot and die for your country. And used to, you could buy alcohol and cigarettes, and still yet you can buy some guns at 18. You can buy shotguns and rifles at 18 years old.
yeah.
So if you can do all that, why can't we have a civil conversation about a missing 5-year-old baby girl? We can go on about a lot of things. Why can't we have civil conversations about a lot of things in this country? But we're working on right now Summer Wells.
Yeah, as you pointed out earlier, whenever I was talking to you, in the end, I think probably you and I have different ideas of the outcome, but we talk about it. And not once have you ever said, well, you're an idiot for thinking that. Never have you done that to me, and I've never done that to you. And you
No.
are a wealth of knowledge for the local area and for a lot of other things too, I'll say. And I think
Well, I know, there's
we're probably gonna
certain
keep adding
channels.
to that.
Everybody has their certain channels and their their favorite creators, and that's free. It's like the old saying goes, if you don't like what you're watching, turn the damn channel. Turn it off.
Right.
If you're going to sit there and let something make you so mad that you're making yourself pace the floor and toss and turn in the floor, you need to take a real hard look at how you're managing your emotions as an adult human being.
Right. There are a couple of channels I think we agree on that we just prefer not to watch. We don't agree with what they're doing. We don't agree with how they're going about it. We don't agree with their opinions, and we just don't watch them. Simple as that.
But I'm not going to bash somebody if they choose to watch that.
Right.
Just because they have a different opinion, or whatever is guiding them in their opinion, they must feel pretty strongly about it, just like I feel strongly about mine.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm open to, and that's what was so great about Jules of Thought and Tiffany Marie's channel and Trisha and Amy at Web Sleuths, is because it was the same way over there. Everybody in the chat was respectful, just like you. The host was respectful. On some of those panels, there were other guests that were far more qualified in any of this than I am. They were respectful. So I know, I've experienced it. You can have respectful conversations with people about the same subject and have different views on it. I've done it. I know it can happen. And that's what I want to, hopefully bring to this channel, is answer some questions and let's look at things and let's talk. And, of course, that we have a place that we can go to where we kind of don't have to do that. And we did that for a reason. I would like to talk about that, is, having a place to go to where you can talk about things. You can share things when it's the time to share things. You can share the amount of what you have when it's the appropriate time to share it, and not face criticism because you're not suiting somebody else's fancy. That's why we have our chat room, is so that we can flesh out some of this stuff that really, really needs to be talked about, and leave all the other people that are walking around the volunteer racetrack picking up zip ties, going to the corner forensics lab. Let those people stay somewhere else.
Oh yeah, definitely. Please stay somewhere else.
The internet is a huge place. They can find a home somewhere. They don't have to come into our home.
Yeah.
And that's why we set it up that way.
To also, at the same time, some of those people made it into our chat and then bashed us because we aren't part of those people going out and picking up zip ties.
Exactly.
Like, what?
Exactly.
Okay.
We invite you to our house, and then you tell us how we need to take care of washing the dishes and running the vacuum cleaner.
Yeah. But
I do, being up in this area, and it's not that I'm any more special than anybody else. I just happen to live in an area where a young girl went missing.
Yeah.
And I've lived here my whole life, and I can give perspective on the area so that hopefully people, I've talked to people in Australia, in Canada, all over the world, there's people looking at this case in England,
Yeah.
the UK, and you know, some of them have never even been to the United States, much less to the state of Tennessee, much less to Northeast Tennessee, much less Rogersville, and definitely not Beach Creek.
I went on vacation to I guess Pigeon Forge was the area, and
Yeah.
this was 2019, and we stayed in a cabin up in the mountains, and I mean, it was so beautiful, and there was homes situated all throughout the mountains, and everybody was so friendly and so nice, and that's my impression of Tennessee. The other time that I've been to Tennessee, I was really young, and I went to Graceland and the Grand Ole Opry, and you know, my experiences in Tennessee are great, and you know, people just coming into letting this be their impression, that it's kind of sad because that's just not it. It's not it. But you know what the world is seeing is just an area, an unfortunate area, but that's not Tennessee.
Right. But it has to be, people have to accept and realize and grasp that is part of Tennessee. It's not the whole of Tennessee, but it is a part of Tennessee.
Yeah, and you can't just can't go in there blindly and just guess.
Right. Exactly.
You have to know, and that's the thing. So many people, even people who are in the United States, can't even wrap their minds around, you know, even me. What is a holler? What does that mean? You just explained it so greatly, and the intricacies of the area and the demographics and the I don't want to say customs, but I would not want to call that a custom that they're having babies that young, but it's just how it is, and we wouldn't know that. We would never know that.
Right. I have one of my best friends that I went to school with. His sister got pregnant at 14, and she's 3 years older than I am, and she has a grandchild the same age as my son.
Oh, wow. So I mean, she very well could be a great grandmother soon.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Wow.
She had her first child at 14. Her first child had her first child when she was 16. So she was a grandmother at 30. And then, you know, that child, like I said, is, you know, I don't know. I haven't seen him in a long time. But, you know, say what you will, whether it's right or wrong, you know, there again, you know, we look at things about, you know, the school systems, the education systems, the ability to learn, you know, all that stuff plays a factor. The socioeconomics of the area, you know, and we haven't even begun to get into the crime rates yet. And, you know, people can do that. I'll leave that, you know, for the people. I do a lot of research on things and just some of my hobbies and stuff like that. I'm sharing my full screen here. I mean, you can probably see if you can see the tabs up there, you know, I've got hobbies and stuff. And some of the things that I do, there's a term called due diligence. And that means in the stock market world, if you're trading stocks or options or futures or cryptocurrency or whatever, you do your due diligence on whichever company you're going to be trading on. and make your decision based upon whether you're going to buy or sell a given stock or cryptocurrency based upon the research that you've done on it. So, you know, to fly blind into an area like the Summer Wells case without having an understanding of the area, you're selling yourself short, I think. And that's my only reason of coming on panels, mainly is to hopefully provide perspective, and so that people can understand it, and then maybe it will make their theory become clearer, or maybe it may change their theory, you know, which could benefit them in, you know, another case, because, you know, we're going to have, well, we've already got, you know, little Michael Vaughn missing, and they're right into doing the pre-trial stuff of the Barry Morphew case, you know, so it's, unfortunately, whatever the outcome of Summer Wells is, there's going to be another one.
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe if we can take this experience, you know, the way I look at it is the next one, like, you know, wasn't Cash Gernon, wasn't he in Texas?
Yeah, I do think so.
I'm not 100% sure, so
I believe so.
if I'm wrong, everybody forgive me, but
That's the baby that was taken out of his bed, right?
I think, yeah.
Yeah.
But, or any other case for that matter, you know, use any of them. I don't know a thing about Texas besides what I've seen on TV.
Yeah.
I've never been to Texas. I've never been to Texas.
And it's just like people who've never been to California, they all think Hollywood, you know?
Right. I mean, I wouldn't expect to jump right into another case that's in another state, in another city, in another town, with people that I've never met in my entire life, and expect to know what was going on, and instead, until I first learned all of that stuff. And I find out, you know, what's the average income of the place? How many single mothers are living there? You know, what's the median income? Do most people own their house or rent? You know, things like that, you know, learn the area.
Yeah.
And then you know what you're looking at. And then you can kind of start making some clear-headed speculations, I guess you could say, guesses on maybe a direction that things are headed.
Yeah. Well, I think we're past the time we said we would chat about this, but this is part one. I'm gonna line some questions up, and I'll let you look them over before we go live next time, and let me know if you're comfortable answering those questions or not, and then we'll go on again. And anytime that I'm on and doing all this stuff, I would always love if you joined me, because you are there. So
Okay. Well, I appreciate that.
I don't want to just go off and holler was. I had no idea that everybody in a holler was related. I had no idea that the people who live in these hollers intermingle with the other hollers, and then before you know it, all of them are related. It's wow. But you know, thank you for shedding light on that. That was pretty enlightening for sure.
Well, I thank you for the platform to do it. You know, like I said, I just want to help other people understand. We have enough in this case that's confusing enough.
Right.
And, you know, so.
Okay. Well, I hope you have a good night. I'll talk to you offline, and thank you everybody in chat who tuned in. Hopefully you've learned some things about the area that you didn't know before. And this is part one. We'll do a part two, and there'll be more questions. If you have questions specifically
for him, you can email the channel's YouTube email, and that's true crime commentary 4, that's the number 4, YOU at gmail.com. And I'll definitely get those questions on my list, and we'll talk with him later on a different day, probably sometime later this week. I know Grandis is supposed to her interview is airing on Friday, so I definitely want to give all my attention to that. But yeah, I think Web Sleuths is live right now with Chris, so I think we're all probably going to head over there, right?
That sounds like a good place to go to me.
Okay, I'll talk to you later. Thanks, y'all.
Okay, thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, okay. So you guys have been awesome today hanging with me and listening to this. I do want to come back on and go over the Benny and Tim Mullen. That live is 3 hours long, and I won't be coming on till midnight. So hopefully some of you will come back. It'll probably be, maybe what I should do is just come live with that tomorrow, because that's going to be a lot of pausing and talking. I want to give more commentary on that one before Trisha kicked CM to the curb. Aw, you're welcome, Diamond Eyes. Thank you guys all for being here. I learned Penny has you guys can zoom in, but very early on, Penny was really into the stock markets here, if you guys didn't notice that. But okay, that's all I have to say, and I will be back at midnight. Talk to you guys all later. Bye. Peace. I'm going to have dinner and go put these grandbabies to bed. Yes, hit that like. See you all at midnight.